Well, it's 9 o'clock. Good morning, everyone.
Bring you a rubber mallet and I forgot.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2026 budget deliberations. We have a fairly lengthy agenda, so we'll do our best to move through it in an orderly manner. In terms of call to order, we begin these gatherings by acknowledging and celebrating these traditional lands as the gathering place of the First Peoples and their ancestors who are entrusted to care for Mother Earth since time immemorial. We do so respecting both the land and the Indigenous people who continue to walk with us through the world. Today, the county is committed to working with Indigenous peoples and all residents to pursue a united path of reconciliation. We now have, I would like to make one statement before we started. I have a bit of a cold, so if you see me crying, it's not about the tax rates. I thought I should apologize up front on that one. But it's always a first. So the first item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. Madam Clerk.
I believe that Councillor Smith has an amendment to the agenda.
Yes, I would like to amend the agenda by moving the Central Frontenac washroom proposal out of grants and to the November meeting.
And do we have a seconder for that, Councillor Gowdy? Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you.
So it's moved by Councillor Van de Waal, seconded by Councillor Fowler, that the agenda as amended for the October 28th, 29th, 2025 meeting of the Committee of the Whole be approved.
All those in favor? Approved. The next item is disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Are there any to be declared? Seeing none. Number 4, deputations and presentations. I don't believe we have any. Then we move on to number 5, reports, and I believe Mr. Farrell is going to have some opening statements.
Good morning, Warden, Deputy Warden, and Council. I'd like to welcome everyone to day 1 of our Frontenac County budget deliberations. We have a lot to get through over the next few days, so I won't spend too much time on my introductory comments. However, I do want to highlight a few things before I pass it over to our Acting Treasurer, Phil Piasecki, to walk us through the budget highlights. So this shouldn't come as a surprise. Municipalities across Ontario continue to experience budgetary pressures and challenges, and this is no different for Frontenac County. Having said that, I can attest that staff have worked extremely hard to bring you this budget for consideration. We've met with each department and went through the budget line by line to identify savings, trends, efficiencies, and opportunities. Staff have worked diligently to refine their business plans so that they are concise, but also packed with the relevant information you need as council to make informed decisions. Through council, the county delivers a wide range of services, including paramedics and emergency services, long-term care with Fairmount Home, marine services with the Howe Island Ferry, planning and economic development, and corporate and financial services that support county operations. Staff have also prepared specific project proposals that we feel are important to meeting service delivery demands. This year, you will see proposals focused on Frontenac Paramedics and Fairmount Home, the 2 largest segments of our organization. As council, it's your role to represent the public and consider the well-being and interests of the county and the people we serve, develop and evaluate policies, procedures, and programs, determine service levels, and to maintain financial integrity. I want to extend a huge thank you to our senior leadership team, our management team, Alexandra and Maria for ensuring all of our slides look good and meet accessible standards, and especially to Phil Piasecki and the finance team for their hard work and attention to detail in compiling the numbers. I'll now pass it over to Phil to review the budget development process and provide an overview of the items impacting the 2026 budget.
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got you. All right. Okay. Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the draft 2026 budget. I'd like to begin this morning by sharing Kevin's sentiments and thanking all the senior staff for all of their hard work getting the budget to this point. And with that said, we are pleased to present the 2026 budget for your consideration. To start this morning, I'm going to provide a quick overview of the budget policy. As you can see, this slide provides the objectives that were identified in the budget policy, including the requirement for a budget timeline that promotes consistency, adequate information for council to exercise due diligence in assessing the budget, and also integrates with other long-term planning, financial, and management objectives of the county. This next slide provides an overview of the budget framework. It is a busy slide, but I'll take a moment to review each of the headers as it helps provide clarity to the budget process. The budget policy was touched on in the last slide, and it does provide the overall direction for the budget. So the status quo budget is our starting point each year. It represents the 2025 service level at the 2026 costs. This is developed using several methods. If we have a long-term contract or a collective agreement in place, we will incorporate this information. Prior year commitments are also factored into the status quo budget. Where possible for purchases, we'll look at cost per unit and estimated quantities. We'll also use historical reviews and trend analysis to make our estimates. So the target for the status quo budget per county policy is the Ontario Consumer Price Index, or CPI rate, at August 2025, which came in at 1.7%. The next step in budget development is to include proposed service level changes or project proposals. Please note that only council-approved project proposals will be included in the final budget. These budget proposals will be covered in depth by the departments presenting them. So if you have a question on any of these project proposals, I'd request that you wait for it to be presented, as there's a chance that your question will be covered within that proposal. And the next step in the process pertains to the capital levy. Previously, council has committed to an increase in the capital levy of 1.6% each year over 10 years. So this commitment has been built into the status quo budget that we're presenting. Lastly, each department provides business plans that capture what's on the horizon. I'll provide a reminder about what each of the terms on this slides represent. A risk would be an imminent or likely scenario that requires action. A caution is a known fact or recommended change that may have an impact on budget or future decisions. And an advisement is a minor change in direction or scope. Next, we're going to look at some of the overall assumptions in the budget. There are numerous funding envelopes at Fairmount Home. For budget purposes, we have assumed that most of the funding envelopes are going to remain status quo. One notable exception is for the ministry's initiative to provide 4 hours of care funding to residents. So the ministry's 4 hours of care funding notices provided a range of potential funding amounts. And what we have been doing in prior years, we were using conservative estimates as we were unsure how much funding Fairmount would be receiving. However, for 2026, we have increased our revenue estimates to align to the ministry funding that we're actually receiving. As mentioned previously, the CPI for August of 2025 is 1.7%. The capital levy, which was briefly discussed on the last slide, just to confirm, it is set at 1.6% for 2026. And that is 1.6% of the previous year's levy. Okay, so this next slide is a challenge. With the uncertainty in the marketplace, we could almost update this on a weekly basis. My original comment when we submitted these slides was that inflation has slowed down. And if we compare the August Ontario CPI rate of 1.7% to last August rate of 2.1%, that is still true. However, I just want to point out that the Ontario CPI rate for September was released last week, and it has increased to 2%. It doesn't mean anything for the budget, but just to show you a little bit of fluidity in the market. Similarly, challenging is trying to gauge where interest rates are going to be for next year. Most economists expect another rate cut before the end of the year. but there is little consensus on where the interest rate is heading in 2026, except that it's not expected to increase to the levels that we saw several years ago. So as a result, there is some uncertainty as we move into 2026. In collective bargaining and recently negotiated agreements, we continue to see wage increases and awards that exceed inflation levels. This is consistent with our comparators and arbitrated awards in the province. Wage increases tend to lag a little bit behind CPI levels, so we are recommending a 3% increase in salaries for non-bargaining union unit members for 2026. So this slide provides the three largest factors that are impacting our 2026 budget. The first point was covered earlier, but once again, we've increased the Fairmount 4 hours of care funding in 2026 by approximately $857,000. This increase is based on actual funding that we've received, whereas previously we were using conservative estimates based on what we might be receiving according to ranges provided by the ministry. This additional revenue helps reduce the impact on the levy by 1.9%. Next, we have increased the budgeted investment income for 2026 by $300,000. Our treasurer, Alex Lemieux, deserves the credit for this increase, as he has shrewdly invested excess funds at the county over the last several years and capitalized on higher interest rates that were available. Because of his efforts, we are able to reduce the levy impact by 2.1% for next year. With the two items just mentioned, we are able to provide a status quo budget increase that is less than the total CPI, which is great news. My final bullet on this slide just shows the county's status quo operating expenses for 2026 are up 5.7%. So the county is still facing escalating cost pressures, but has been able to negate most of their impact for the 2026 budget. So the status quo budget for 2026 is 0.57%. The budgeted total presented today includes the 1.6% dedicated capital levy, as well as increased contributions to the joint Fairmount and paramedic reserves that were committed to by council in Report 2024-092, the Corporate Services Long Range Financial Plan. A couple of other notes for consideration. The county portion of the Fairmount Joint Reserve is included in budget. Previously, the contributions were made using the legacy capital reserve that we had contributed to. As that legacy reserve was depleted, the county portion of the reserve is going to come from the dedicated capital levy. Additionally, within the status quo budget is the community development position that was phased in over 3 years. In 2025, there was a $43,000 transfer to the reserves. In 2026, funds are transferred from the reserve to help offset the salary and benefit costs associated with this position. This slide provides a reminder that most of the services provided by the county are dictated by legislation, which can pose a challenge in modifying service levels. This legislation includes the Long-Term Care Act, Fixing Long-Term Care Act, Ambulance Act, and various collective agreements. The next slide talks about the weighted assessment. Weighted assessment is how we pay for services that we share with the City of Kingston. Those services include provincial offenses, net revenue, social services, social housing, and paramedic services. The 2025 allocation is still to be determined. For the status quo budget, we have used the 2024 weighted assessment rate. For the final budget in November, we'll have the updated totals, but we don't anticipate any large variations to what you're seeing today. And the rate increase between 2023 and 2024 that's shown on the slide represented more percentage growth in the county of Frontenac than in the City of Kingston. In that instance, the county incurs a higher share of those shared costs in the year. However, that change was contrary to several years previous where the trend was higher growth in the city. So it will be interesting to see where the weighted assessment lands when we get those numbers, but we don't anticipate large differences in the budget that we're presenting today. So MPAC has postponed their assessment again, so we're continuing to use the fully phased in 2020 property values. The assessment growth is forecasted to come in December, and typically our growth has been between 1 and 1.25%. So this next slide breaks down the project proposals or the service level change requests. This year, we're bringing 5 projects to council. Frontenac paramedics, in line with the ORH study, are recommending that we add a 12-hour crew. The paramedics are also recommending the purchase of 3 additional ambulances and a superintendent of performance standards and training. Note that these projects would all be cost shared with the City of Kingston through weighted assessment, so you'll see that the county level levy increase represents only the county's portion. Fairmount is recommending adding a recreationist position as well as a registered nurse position for the night shift. Both of these positions would also be cost shared with the City of Kingston. So this slide provides a summary of the draft levy increase. If you recall, the status quo increase for 2026 is 0.57%. If you add in all the project proposals from the previous slide, there's another increase of 2.67%. Finally, once we add in the 1.6% dedicated capital levy, we arrive at the total draft budget levy increase of 4.84%, which is what we're presenting to you today for consideration. So before I continue on to the individual department variances and highlights, do you have any questions on what's been presented so far? Yes.
Seeing no question. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
What was the increase last year we finally agreed to? The increase in the levy? 5.5 or something, or?
Go ahead. Sorry.
So last year we brought a 6.07. After deliberations and the final decision, it was a 5.8 something, I believe. We can get you that exact number. And
Oh, that's good. I just wanted a rough idea. I thought that's where it was. I was looking for confirmation. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Seeing none, Phil, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to begin with, I'm going to provide a little bit of information about the formatting that you'll be seeing on the balance of the slides I'm presenting today. The 2026 budget is provided in the format required from the Ministry of Finance, Financial Information Return, or FIR, for their reporting and audit statements. Each slide corresponds to a section on the FIR. So the levy increase or decrease that you're seeing on the top left of each slide is specific to the segment that's being presented. The segment budget increase or decrease to the right is the year-over-year percentage increase or decrease within that individual segment. For the general budget slide, the levy decrease is $328,380, which is a 217% reduction from last year. This is driven by the increased investment income of $300,000, which was referenced earlier. Otherwise, we're seeing some adjustments to the reserve transfers. There's an increase in costs for the 1.6% dedicated capital levy, which is offset by decreased transfers from the Fairmount Capital Reserve, which is just us taking our portion to fund the joint Fairmount Capital Reserve. For the council budget, we are seeing increased costs. This is due in part to increased salaries and benefits. Further to Gallagher's compensation review in 2024. Council's direction was for a 3.5% increase in salaries on top of the 3% increase recommended for non-union staff, which would bring them more in line with our comparator municipalities. And the balance of the increased costs are for the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. A couple of highlights on the county slide here. We've added almost $100,000 for seconded positions. You'll notice that there is an increase to the revenue and an offsetting increase in the expenses. So there is no impact to the levy. If the agreements were to be terminated, the revenue and the salaries would be reduced accordingly. We're also seeing some increased costs for MPAC, for training and conferences, because we've updated the budget assumptions that were from prior years to actual costs that we're seeing. The depreciation, I'm also like to highlight that. It is increased by an additional $75,000 in 2026 and is due to the admin building redevelopment. It's important to note as well that there is no levy impact for that, for depreciation, but due to the Public Sector Accounting Board requirements, you have to show that in the budget. Next, we have Marine Services. As you're aware, there is no levy impact to the county for operating the marine services. It's governed by 2 cost-sharing agreements, one with MTO, where they'll cover 80% of eligible operating costs, The remaining 20% of operating expenses are essentially governed by an agreement between the county and the township and is typically made up by user fees, pass sales, or it could potentially be through direct taxation as well. So the totals provided for the social housing segment is taken from the city's presentation at the October council meeting. Their direction at that time was for a 10.22% increase, and the city is still in preliminary stages of budget review, so these numbers could change. The process for these shared services with the city is that in November or December, a report will be brought forward to council with a couple of tweaks between what we present today and the final City of Kingston budget. But for now, we're using best information that we have available. Also, just a reminder that the social housing costs as well as social services are apportioned between program costs and administration costs. The administration costs are paid through weighted assessment, while the program costs are paid through where the service is located. The direction for this slide was also taken from the city's presentation earlier this month. Ontario Works provided us with a total for 2026 that was used in this budget, but the childcare totals were still unavailable, so we have estimated a 5% increase at this time. Okay, for Fairmount Home, we touched upon the increased 4 hours of care funding earlier, and this is driving the increased revenue. The decreased revenue that we're seeing on this slide is due to the Case Mix Index, or the CMI, which is a ministry calculation that determines the resident acuity of Fairmount residents versus other long-term care homes. We've decided to reduce our estimate in 2026 to a conservative level since we've had challenges trying to find where this is going to land each year. From an expense perspective, you can see that the salaries and benefits are the big driver from a cost perspective, but as a percentage increase, it's aligned to what we're seeing from collective benefits and from our benefits and for our comparators. Also, we are budgeting for increased maintenance costs for the building as well as for the ventilation systems. Computer software costs continue to increase as retailers move to software service platforms. Also, I'll highlight the project proposals to add the full-time equivalent of a recreationist as well as registered nurses to the night shift are included. So next I'm going to, we have paramedic services. I'm going to draw your attention to a notable increase in the land ambulance service grant. As you recall, the land ambulance service grant is based on the previous year's operating budget. So I just wanted to point out, by adding the crew in last year's budget, we do get benefit of additional funding this year. The offload nursing funding has also been increased versus the 2025 budget. You'll note that there is an offsetting increase in the expense section. So there is no impact to the levy from this program. Any additional funding from the ministry would go back out to KGH to hire the staff that they need. However, we continue to seek additional funding to support increased hospital staffing, which would reduce offload delays. For the salary and benefits expenses, we continue to see escalating WSIB costs, which in turn will impact overtime requirements. We're estimating reduced cross-border costs next year as we realize savings from a new dispatching algorithm. And on the project proposal front, as I've alluded to earlier, we've included the new 12-hour crew, new superintendent, as well as 3 additional ambulances. In the October council meeting, Dr. Oglaza presented the Southeast Public Health Cost Shared Budget for 2026. He confirmed that there was no increase from the 2025 level anticipated for the County of Frontenac, and confirmed that the County of Frontenac, City of Kingston, and County of Lennox and Addington have been paying a higher portion of cost in previous years, which will be reduced in 2026 through a one-time harmonized adjustment. The totals provided for the library segment is also taken from the city's presentation at the October council meeting, which resulted in increased operating expenses of just over $58,000. We fund our share of capital through reserve transfer. So this year they're requesting just under $32,000, which is up $17,000 from last year. That's why you're seeing higher operating revenue from the library capital reserve. There is no change to the funds being transferred to the library capital reserve. It remains at $33,000. For economic development, we have several items to highlight. The phase-in of the community development officer has some implications in a couple of categories on this slide. There was a reserve transfer of $38,000 in revenue, which is going to offset the increased salaries and benefit costs incurred by adding this position. In the reserve transfer section, you're also seeing a decrease of 43,000 as the contribution made last year was a one-time payment, and that's the reversal of that. Additionally, we're recognizing $30,000 for funding revenue pertaining to KMP partnerships. And you'll also notice a decrease in revenue and contracted services for the CRCA floodplain mapping of just over 12,000. That was specific to last year's budget. Oh, sorry, one more there. Otherwise, we do have we are also seeing increased costs for KMP trail maintenance. Okay, so we have continuous improvement, GIS. It's a very small department, so changes tend to be magnified. The majority of the increases that you're seeing here is due to a drone replacement in 2026. And lastly, other variants. The variances in the other segment are made up of external transfers. So at this time, the only change versus last year is that the one-time payment of $2,500 to the Food Policy Council that was approved in the 2025 budget is being reversed for the 2026 status quo budget. So the Food Policy Council did request funds in the October council meeting, and their 2026 request will be considered along with all other formal external requests later in the budget meeting. So they're not included into the draft budget until they are voted in. So other payments or transfers happening in 2026, which have no change from 2025, include the $55,000 to the University Hospitals Kingston Foundation, the $300 transfer to the Kingston Agricultural Fair, and $96,000 for rural transportation initiatives. We will be continuing the $22,000 transfer to the operating reserve for physician recruitment, as well as the $32,000 to the stabilization reserve, which was to initially fund the contributions to rural transfer initiatives. Whew. Any questions?
Councilor Greenwood Spears.
Thank you very much for this summary and that. Just on your very last slide in that when you referred to the physician recruitment, it's physician and nurse practitioner recruitment. And that, just to be clear on that.
Okay, thank you.
And I know last year I'd asked a question, I didn't really get the final response on it because we self-fund our WSIB. And I wondered about the comparison between our self-funding and if we were doing it straight with WSIB. I'd like to know that we're still saving by doing the self-funding of that. And the final piece in the slide deck that I had printed out for the draft budget, it had the budget increase at 5.48%. And maybe I was tired, but I wrote down 4.84%, I think is what you said for a budget increase.
That's correct.
And there's a difference then on that slide deck. So just wanted to point that out. I was under a different impression.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we take a couple takeaways there for the WSIB. We haven't looked at that recently, so we can double check that and just see that we are getting the best value for our money for that. In regards to the slide deck, I'm not sure. Maybe there was several versions, so maybe a previous version was printed out. Yeah, there was some. Yeah. So but 4.84 is the number we're presenting today. So it's a bit better than what you were looking at there.
Yeah, I actually didn't see the details of this particular slide deck in what I could download. So I would appreciate a copy of that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Phil. Councilor Vanderwall.
At the last council meeting, when I think the city was here doing their proposals, it was said that we were talking about homelessness and that we did have, one of the councilors mentioned that we have rural transportation that doesn't cost anything. As you can see, we pay for it.
Councilor Greenwood Spears.
Sorry, one more question, because I know I didn't see that there's a slide deck for public health and that, but you may mention that there's going to be no increase to their levy, and that's fine. But I wanted to make sure that there was an increase allowed for committee meetings, because I've been working for and will continue to work for probably the next 6 months, and that without any remuneration from the county, because it wasn't budgeted for the committees when we were joining the other two health units together. And I anticipate those committees will continue next year as well. So I want to make sure that increases in.
Kevin.
So as council knows, every councillor is have access to a $4,000 counselor expense account that can be used for things like what you're mentioning, Counselor Green and Spears.
Right, but if there's increased activity and that for a particular committee, most committees usually meet on a once a month basis or once every 3 months, et cetera, and that. But when you're doing an active production of bringing 3 health units together, it's been increased activity. So that's been exhausted. So there needs to be a variance put in place to be fair, because under legislation, the health unit actually cannot pay me unless I'm the chair. It's not conferences, it's committee.
Madam Clerk has a comment.
So if I could speak to that, the cost covered for external boards such as the health board is covered under our remuneration bylaw, and the remuneration bylaw only covers the board meetings. Any additional work taken on at the board, it doesn't cover. So you have 2 options. You can use your counselor expense account, which covers additional things that counselors may want to take on, or you can bring a motion forward to county council to have that bylaw amended to include additional committee work.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the clarification. So your concern's been noted, and I believe there's some options available to pursue. Other comments, questions? Councilor Van der Wal.
Just to comment that it's no different than being on this council. And then if you're appointed to a committee, let's say if it was hiring a CAO or whatever it is, you could end up with 10 meetings a year and the compensation's the same. So that's all I'm gonna get to on any of the committees that I've sat on.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the general overview? Phil, I appreciate your work on this. Seeing, I guess then we'll move into the presentations for each of the various operating areas. Chief Gowdy and your team. I see you have a team with you.
I did. I brought my most trusted 2 deputies. Chief Chevalier used to refer to us both as her favorite and least favorite deputies. I'll leave that to Chief Chevalier to comment. I think it mostly depended on the day, really. So Warden, Deputy Warden, Council, thank you very much for having us. What I'm going to do is take you through our business plan, and then the deputies will provide the presentations for project proposals. So to give you an overview of Frontenac paramedics, you've seen this before, but to reiterate, we serve an area of approximately 4,000 square kilometers with a population of over 174,000 residents. We deploy paramedics from 8 stations with 14 ambulances at peak during the day, with 107 full-time paramedics. And in 2024, we responded to approximately 29,000 calls, and 89% of those were within the city of Kingston limits. As well, almost half of those calls were folks over the age of 65, and that's an important to note, as that's a driving factor behind call volumes.
Careful, HR's in the room, don't pick on us seniors.
So I'd like to review a couple of our accomplishments in 2025. So we started the year with a new 12-hour, 7-day-a-week paramedic resource. We had 3 superintendents receive their 30-year bar for their exemplary service medal. We also had the rollout of MPDS, which is our new dispatch software, earlier this year in February. We had a new Zoll cardiac monitor rollout shortly after that as well. We welcomed 2 new superintendents. You'll see them pictured there. So Superintendent Esford on top and Superintendent Dunn on the picture below. We participated in the methoxyfluorine study, which was a study for delivering a different kind of analgesic or pain reliever medication to patients within our area. We also had the privilege of going up to Halliburton to help them after the ice storm early in the year. That was pretty impactful to that area. And we've hired 23 new paramedics. So the deputies will take you through 3 project proposals. Deputy Chief Popov will present the paramedic resources to increase paramedic resources by 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this is to help meet the increased demands. It's also in line with the ORH study and the EOWC study as they project future call growth and the need for more staff. Deputy Chief Popov will also present a proposal to increase our spare vehicles. And this is needed as we're increasing paramedic resources and the need to maintain the rest of the fleet. And finally, Deputy Chief Herchebes will present a project proposal for a superintendent of performance standards for training. And this is to help address the increasing training needs because of an increased scope of practice to meet ministry training requirements. And the increased training and onboarding needs as we're doing more hirings per year to keep up with staff needs and staffing resources. I'm going to take you through some of the risks, cautions, and advisements for Frontenac paramedics. So first is about paramedic facilities. We do need an ongoing increased paramedic facilities, both for additional paramedic stations and administration and training facilities. We currently have a separation of our administration, operations, and logistics departments. As well, we need dedicated training space. Right now, we are quite privileged to be able to borrow this space from system partners. But as their systems change, we won't have access to that space for too much longer. Additionally, we'll need to store ambulances and CP vehicles inside. And the 2024 building assessment has shown that some of our facilities are in need of repair that have been put off as we were making plans for deployment. Continuing on, we continue to see a vehicle shortage. Right now, it takes approximately 18 to 24 months to receive a new vehicle when we place our order. With the increasing resources, as well as the maintenance to the older vehicles, this has sometimes put a strain on our systems. We do need additional spare vehicles to help address the ongoing maintenance and increasing demands on our system. And as well, we highlight the cost of new and remounted vehicles has increased, as well as the requirements for the down payments. Another risk is our WSIB costs. Currently, we're spending over $4.5 million on WSIB and associated costs. So this is obviously a significant cost to the county with loss of paramedic hours and unwell staff. Some of the cautions, call volume, the ORH study predicts an ongoing increase of 3.6 to 3.9% increase in call volumes year over year through to 2034. Our call volume increase last year was just shy of the 3.9% mark. It was 3.8 and something. So if you round that, it was 3.9%, right at the top of ORH prediction. So with the higher call volume, this impacts our unit hour utilization, our response times, shift overruns, and meal premiums, as well as paramedic well-being and morale. Another caution is the ongoing staffing challenges we're experiencing with the health human resource crisis. We've continued our recruitment and training. So usually we've traditionally had 1 intake per year. We've done 2 intakes this year and 2 orientations, and we're going to continue that. We've had 270 unfilled paramedic shifts as of the end of August 2025, which just demonstrates our need to continue hiring and the demand for paramedics in the health human resource crisis. And decreased staffing will also affect staff well-being with their ability to get time off. Offload delays, they have improved since the end of 2024. However, they do remain a concern. This as well impacts our ability to respond in a timely manner, our unit hour utilization, and shift overruns and meal breaks. One advisement for council, and this is really a good news story. The provincial government has announced that community paramedic programs will receive permanent funding. The only advisement here is that we still haven't received our funding letters, so the specific details of what that future funding looks like is still unknown, but I think overall this is a pretty good news story for us. So some of the things we're looking at over the next 5 years, we're looking at the addition of a station at Taylor Kidden Demers, and this is a co-location with Kingston Fire and Rescue. And we anticipate that actually to break ground very shortly. This will help improve coverage and response times and also meet the Ministry of Health requirements for having ambulances stored in a protected environment. Next, we'll be looking at additional paramedic resources. So that's both paramedics and ambulances. And this is following and incorporating the Eastern Ontario Warden Caucus and ORH recommendations, and to maintain at very minimum or to improve unit hour utilization or response time standard targets. As our service grows, we'll also need to correspondingly increase administrative staffing, including superintendents, logistics, and scheduling, all for effective operations as our service grows and our population increases as well. We'll be looking at increasing paramedic training hours. Paramedics will need to have increased training hours with the implementation of new skills, protocols, equipment, the complexity of the equipment, and the rapidly changing field in which they find themselves working in. We'll be looking at paramedic-based maintenance and/or new base construction. As I alluded to earlier, some of these things were pushed off as we were completing the ORH report and determining what kind of response model was best going to serve the residents of the county and the city of Kingston. Now that that's done, we're going to look at new bases as they're needed, as well as maintenance on the facilities that we already have. And then finally, there's a discussion about a new station being built on railway in approximately 2027 or 2028, and that would be another co-location with Kingston Fire and Rescue. And there's an opportunity there to address some of the efficiencies in operations, logistics, community paramedics, vehicles being stored inside, and a possibility for a training room there. So unless there's some questions from council.
Thank you, Chief. So Councillor Fowler.
Yes, thanks for your presentations, very good. My concern right now is the offloads. You said that they improved since 2024. Have you entertained the idea of having a middle person at the hospital that could take over the offloads at the hospital and let the crew go back out on the road sooner?
I apologize. I think I missed the crucial word there. Can you just repeat that?
Have you taken into consideration having a middle person at the hospital that could take care of the offloads and get the paramedics back out on the road sooner?
Mm-hmm. So right now we do have a dedicated offload nursing program. So Kingston General provides a nurse to specifically look after a number of patients that we're able to put on beds at the hospital. And I think that program is maxed out to the funding that the ministry provides, as well as the room in that hospital. They're bursting at the seams, to say the least.
Councillor Greenwood-Spears.
Okay, just a quick follow-up to Councillor Fowler's inquiry in that I happened to be at the hospital at Sunday morning where there was a minimum of 7 ambulances backed up, parked, waiting there. So I think that we need to get accurate accounting from the hospital as to when they were actually providing the nurse for that relief, because I cannot believe that there was a nurse that was being dedicated for that project. And if it's a problem ongoing and it's impacting our ambulance service, then we need to take control and do the separate hiring for that nurse, because that was ridiculous to see every single parking spot across the emergency department filled with ambulances on a Sunday morning. And I do appreciate it was busy because it was full weekend. But one thing that caught my attention, and that is the 23 that have been hired in that, what is our turnover rate? And that for the personnel, or is it increase in WSIB? Are we seeing a dramatic increase in that? What's happening that 23 people are hired and yet we're still short?
So for the new folks, I don't think turnover is that bad at all. I think it's just the demands for staffing. So for quite some time, we've been adding resources, and the province hasn't produced nearly as many graduates as the whole system requires. So I think following COVID, we're still in that catch-up game of hiring enough folks.
Okay, but when we had hirings last year and that, we filled the shifts that were needed in that. So I'm still curious, what is our turnover rate and that? And is it that they're leaving for other jobs, or is it that they're getting onto WSIB? But it just seems high when, for example, last year, I believe we had a new 12-hour shift approved, as well as one other supervisor. That doesn't translate to 23 people, and that is there a high retirement rate going on? I just wanted a little bit of curiosity, and I think HR is going to be able to answer.
Thank you. Yeah, so last year, and you'll hear in my presentation, but turnover, we had a significant decline in turnover. And of particular note, Frontenac paramedics went from 10% in 2023 to 6.2% in 2024.
Thank you for that update. Councillor Vanderwall.
I have 3 questions and a comment. Where is the cost for the superintendent performance person? I assume we're doing it, so where is that cost now?
The superintendent of performance standards, the one we currently have, and you're asking where that cost is coming from?
Well, they're in the budget you're asking for that person. I think it was asked for last year. I'm just asking that obviously the training and all that is happening. Where is that cost now then?
So we do have, and Deputy Chief Herchbees will show you the organizational chart that relates to this. But right now we do have a superintendent of quality and training, but the amount of work for that one person is far exceeding what they can actually reasonably accomplish.
Okay. The city uses 89% of paramedic resources. What percentage do they pay? Is that the 20% that we saw earlier when
It's approximately 80%.
they
So,
pay 80%? Okay.
Maybe I'll clarify that a little and hopefully Phil doesn't correct me too much here. But we usually look at funding for paramedic services as a 50-50 funding model. It's not quite 50% because the land ambulance grant is based on the previous year's budget. So effectively in 2025, the province has picked up approximately 43% of the overall cost. Of the remaining 53%, that's split between an 80-20 split between the county and the city of Kingston, and they are responsible for the 80%.
Okay, thank you.
I think when I did ask finance for those specific numbers, they gave it to me down to the 3rd decimal place, which
Is there a way that the county can bill province for medical to support fire? I'm wondering if there's an avenue for that, because And I'm just gonna say that the dispatch has been better, the algorithm, but it needs to work way better for medical calls for our unpaid fire service. We're still getting called way too much for calls that I don't want to say they can't do anything for, but because of time. And so I'm wondering if our costs keep going through the higher as a municipality, is there a way we can build this service through paramedic to the province?
Chief, do you want to take that or we?
I think maybe I'll address a little and then maybe I'll pass the puck over to Kevin for an assist here. Throw the baseball, baby. I don't know if we want to stay until the 18th inning. So I can't speak to how fire would bill the province for medical calls, but we are looking at how our tiered response agreements can better maximize what calls fire is going to, and making sure they're only going to the calls where they're going to have the most effective response and not just going to sit with somebody for no reason. So with the change in dispatch and MPDS and re-looking at our tiered response agreements, we are working towards that goal. I don't know if you have anything else to say.
Mr.
there.
Farrell?
No, nothing to add unless you have additional follow-up, but I was going to speak to the MPDS dispatch system as making improvements across the entire system. I think once we've had a year's worth of data, we'll have a better sense of how that system is impacting both police, fire, and ambulance. And the chief, as he mentioned, continues to be in discussions with the fire chiefs on tiered response and updating those agreements.
Well, my
Councilor
only,
Vanderwall.
I guess, question or comment on it is, I mean, we met with Minister of Health, they're not gonna pay fire separate. She made that pretty clear. But if fire's getting called to assist ambulance service, and some of that is even on lift calls, help to get people out of the house or whatever, there should be a way that we could be compensated for. And I think the only way that can happen is that the county would have to build a province, not us, because she already told us they didn't want to go down that road. That's just a comment that I think we need to keep in mind if we can.
Mr. Farrell, you've noted the concern? Thank you. Sorry, Heather, Warden Licky.
So I have comment on that. I actually agree with this. I've been thinking about what you said the last time. Wonders never cease, right? As we add more ambulances to the system, of course, the demand increases. That hopefully would alleviate a bit. But as an organization with the paramedics under our jurisdiction, do we really have to go down and say we're going to add another couple crews in 1 year as opposed to doing one every year? Do we have to at some point in time say, no, we have to add 2 more or 3 more? I know, because that adds the paramedics. It's not the vehicle that's the cost, it's the other stuff. So that's just a comment, really. Maybe something we can think about. I don't know. My other issue is the number of ambulances, and the people on this table know that I had a tour and I became a real champion for what the paramedics are facing and the difficulties they've got and the lack of resources. The last time I heard you had 5 spare ambulances or 6?
It's technically 6,
And
but
2 of
that
them-
number changes very quickly, and I think Deputy Chief Popov will speak more to that. But effectively, right now, I think we have 3 functioning spare vehicles.
Okay. So we're adding 2 ambulances. Is that enough? If it's $48,000 to add 2, should maybe we be going to 3?
I think the proposal you'll see is for 3 ambulances.
No, one's already in the budget because that was for council approved a long-term plan, if I got this right, for 2 paramedics or 4 paramedics in an ambulance every year for 10 years. This should be year 8. But these other ambulances, I understand, are strictly for spares. Well, they would go into the fleet and however you would do that, your organizational requirement or how you would work that. But is 2 ambulances going to be enough realistically? If it's 48,000 now and we added 2 more, it's another 48,000. What happens when we have to pay the other 70% though? This is only 30% of the cost, right? Yeah, just the deposit.
Yeah, sorry, the 48 is 30% of the cost. It's a down payment.
So we would, if we had all four coming in at one time, it'd be another roughly $110,000 in 1 year.
Okay, yeah, sorry, the question, what was the final question there?
The final question is basically, is this going to be enough to alleviate the problems? We have spare ambulances sitting with 260,000 on the odometer and almost $500,000 on the motor. And we blew two, as I recall, or as I was told a few weeks ago. And they're terribly expensive to fix and probably aren't worth it. Like, are we just trying to, should we be biting the bullet and say, this is a problem and we're going to do this now?
I think with the normal replacement cycle and the proposal for 3 new ambulances, and then as we are planning years out, I think right now that should address the problem.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, if I could, so, Warren, I understand your concern is that we're not moving fast enough. So would you be looking for an acceleration, a request or additional budgeting to accelerate the program?
Well, I'm beginning to think so because I'm listening to like South Frontenac and has a greater demand than our fire department does, but they're still out a lot as well. They are the first responders, especially in the evening and so on. That's just a fact of living in North Frontenac. And Central might have a similar problem, but maybe not the extent that South does. But adding 1 ambulance and 2 paramedics every year, maybe we should be accelerating that. That's all I'm asking. Is that in the budget? You've thought this through? That was the issue I had a few minutes ago. Are we adding enough? Like,
Yeah,
are we doing enough?
So the ORH recommendations does contemplate adding multiple resources in the coming years. Off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly what those years are, but I can easily provide that to you at the break.
Okay, so last question is, if we added another ambulance and crew, would that eliminate or minimize the impact on the fire departments?
I think the issue is the process that I think you're working on. Our budget is probably 3/4 medical calls, and the cost is 3/4 of our budget for fire. I think because the ambulances aren't going as quickly now, people want to have somebody there, so our guys are going. So I think there needs to be a discussion about how the call out happens. And maybe the person calling needs to say, I don't need the first responders, I'll wait for the ambulance. But I don't know that that discussion takes place.
Councillor Vanderwall?
Well, on the note of that Councillor Lichty's comment, I think we would need to stick to the organizational review that we paid for that said how many we needed, how many ambulances, how many stations, that whole projection all the way out. And I think that's what we are sticking to by adding these resources last year and this year and moving forward. So I wouldn't think you'd want to jump off of that path either. Council likes to use it when that review says we didn't need to add it. But if it says that we do need to add it, we should stick to what that review says if that's what we're supporting.
I'm just wondering if Mr. Farrell, if you wanted to comment on that.
No, I agree with that. What we're presenting is in line with what the ORH and the EOWC study is anticipating as future needs.
Chief, sorry, you had a comment?
I was just going to comment to Councillor Smith's comment there. So when we did switch to MPDS, we did go through quite an extensive process of mapping out what resources were required for each call type. And I think there was over 2,000, almost 2,600 call types that Deputy Chief Popov and his team working with dispatch went through and assigned, the proper resources that ought to go. I think there's still a little bit more work to do on the tiered response agreements, but I think both those things together will help address some of your concerns.
Sorry, Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Okay, thank you. Going back to Councillor Vanderwall's observation initially in that regarding the fire response and that for Frontenac Islands, it'll always end up having to be the fire response at this point in time, or else no one's getting there for an hour, and that for the large island and maybe a half hour for the smaller island. But going back to the electric chassis and that I had mentioned at a previous council meeting, when I was at AMO, I managed to catch Minister Jones in the hall, and I asked her about that, and she assured me that the government was actively looking at making purchases for ambulances from those electric trucks that are already built down in Windsor. So I'm wondering if there's been any information that you're aware of, but she was keenly aware of those electric vehicles, and they would be able to be used for either remounts or ambulances, and they were actively changing the standards that have been such a roadblock in getting anything qualified.
Nothing new has come from the ministry on that front.
Maybe this council should consider sending a letter of inquiry to the Minister of Health, because when we're looking at the true expenses of these vehicles and the nature of an ambulance and that it can be recharged on such a frequent basis, they're not putting 400 and 500 kilometers on at a time. They're short hauls. That may be part of the solution also for the maintenance, because the maintenance is greatly reduced in that for any of the electric vehicles. And the ministry is actively looking at it. So I think we should probably ask them for an update on it.
So I believe Mr. Farrell's made a note. Warden Licky.
On that particular issue, we have two high-speed level 3 chargers, which turns out we got at no cost. The operating costs, though, are tremendous. On these two chargers, we're like losing right now $1,500 to $2,000 a month. And we're trying to work with the MPP, John Jordan, and we're trying to work with Hydro One and so on to reduce it. We've already had some reduction. The granting agencies have a lot to say and saying you can't turn them down. It just takes one pickup or one ambulance to go in there and overcharge or charge at a high rate of speed, and you are done because you pay for that power for the whole month, whether you're using it or not. So before anybody uses, this is my recommendation, for anybody who wants to buy an electric ambulance, find out where the chargers are, because you may think you don't need them, but if an ambulance is stuck on the island or in North Frontenac or the central or the northern part of Central, it's a long way to a charger because they just don't exist. So, yeah.
So thank you for all those comments. I assume we'll draw that portion of the presentation to a close. And I believe you have Deputy is going to prepare some or present some proposals.
Yes, I'd like to call on Deputy Chief Popov to present our enhanced paramedic resource.
There we go. Okay, we can hear us. Great. So I'm here this morning to present to you on an enhanced paramedic resource, as has been kind of spoken about earlier on this morning. We are looking to add an additional 12-hour, 7-day-a-week resource. We really need this as discussed because we do have an increase in call volume. As the chief had mentioned, we're about 3.9%, the high end of what ORH was predicting from year-to-year basis. Our increased unit hour utilization, which I'll go over in just a couple of slides here and just try and make sense of that for you. And both of these have kind of, as well as offload delay, have really kind of led somewhat to our deterioration in response times. Our paramedic resource studies have both been conducted through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, as well as the ORH. Recently, I presented to council last year, I believe. So our call volume, as you can see on the slide here, continues to grow. As mentioned, it was about 3.8% for 2024. We're just over 29,000 calls now for service a year. Our unit hour utilization, this is the one that always has maybe a bit of a tripping point each year, is just the understanding of this number. You know, we do aim for a target of 0.35. And basically what this means is if you were to take the amount of calls we do in a year, multiply it just by the amount of time it takes to do that call, so say about an hour and a half roughly, you get that number and you divide it by the amount of resource hours we put out on a road, and that gives you that percentage. Okay. So 0.35 is what we're aiming for. As you can see here, we're especially within the city over still 0.5. Well, intuitively it would seem like, well, that's still a pretty good number. You know, you're only kind of working half the time, or, you know, that's not really the case. Is what this number means is that we are, if we hit 0.35, it means 65% of our service is available to do a call. Doesn't mean they're not doing any other work. It just means that they can respond to an emergency call if required. Okay. So when we get to 0.5, it means only really half of our service is there. And sometimes that can play into fire department being called, you know, et cetera, when we have limited resources to send to a scene. As you can just see here for response times, the numbers are unfortunately trending lower as we kind of move forward. And as the chief had spoken to earlier, number of factors, including increased and aging populations. For our two resource studies that have been conducted, 2026 did, they both stated an additional 1 hour, one 12-hour truck, 365. And just maybe just going back one step to the previous councillor's question about, you know, additional resources. You know, in 2023, they did speak to 1 to 4 additional resources, and we certainly did not put 4 on. We put 1 on. So it's not like this is unprecedented. Should that be considered? Our legislative requirements, the Ambulance Act, our land ambulance certification standards, and our response time standards. Our council policy direction, really to improve our response time and coverage throughout the entire county of Frontenac, and to increase the number of paramedics to meet the growing demand for service. The financial evaluation, again, cost for a full year versus the county portion of $174,380. And again, just to be clear, that's not to staff an additional paramedic. It's to staff a 24-hour or 12-hour truck, which is multiple paramedics. Any questions?
Yeah, Deputy, I had a question for you. Where's the training take place, the basic training for a paramedic? Is that community college?
Yes, so people are trained, I guess, either through a community college or a private college. Right now, it's a 2-year program, and they are looking to put it to a 3-year program. That has been delayed for, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but at least a couple of years now, just due to we don't want to have a missing cohort, because when they switch it from 2 years to 3 years and we go a year without any new students, it's going to have serious consequences, not only in Frontenac, but across the province.
So to your knowledge, the this issue that's going through the community colleges right now, where some are cutting programs,
Mhm.
is this paramedic program being affected at all? And therefore, should our council be trying to drive some initiative in that area?
Right. Not that I'm aware of. If anything, there's actually been a push through our OAPC board and the ministry as well to increase the number of paramedics in these programs to help us with that potential issue when we move from 2 to 3 years. And there's been additional funding also like for the North. So people get free education if they take a course. I'm not sure exactly where North starts, but you know, Sudbury and north of there for sure. And with the only caveat being is that they have to stay there for at least a year, you know. So these numbers are, I would say, perhaps improving, but certainly nowhere where they need to be.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And we have our other.
Oh, no,
deputy-
I
sorry.
get to do number 2 now, I believe. So here we go. Yes, our fleet enhancement proposal. So I think these have all kind of been discussed a little bit earlier on, but I'll just give you the Coles Notes version here. So again, we are looking to increase our fleet by 3 new ambulances. That is our ask at the moment. If you just see the comparison here, as far as the chief had mentioned, we are now up to 14 ambulances at peak versus 2022, which had 12. We are still at 6 spare ambulances. Put a little asterisk there, as you'll see just in a couple of slides. I'll go over how 6 ambulances isn't really 6 ambulances, but that is the actual number that is on the books. And we are looking to get our numbers back up to where we would be like a 0.5 spare ratio to 1 ambulance out on the road. As you just see here, sorry, I know it's a very difficult slide to see in detail there, but this is the recommended number of vehicles that the ORH study recommended. The reason for this being when it says 0 in 26 and 27, it's just because for the resources that we're asking for, what we're doing is we're converting 12-hour trucks to 24-hour trucks. So we don't necessarily need an additional ambulance to put them on. What happens in 28 is that will be the first year where we will actually need a surplus and enhancement ambulance to match that vehicle that we're putting on the road, or the medics that we're putting on the road. The issue becomes, again, is that lead time for ambulances is about 18 to 24 months out. So anything we were buying at the beginning of 2026, we're looking to arrive probably the end of 2027 or 2028. This is not something that's going to solve our problem next year even, okay, unfortunately. So as I just mentioned, just cut off there, but there is an 18 to 24 month turnaround for purchasing new vehicles. Just to advise why we need these spare vehicles, the Ministry of Health does mandate certain preventative maintenance cycles that we are required to complete. And these are reviewed during our 3-year triennial, I guess, service reviews. And there's a little bit of a buffer on both sides, but you know, we pretty much do have at least an ambulance, you know, being maintained each and every day. Accidents, significant other parts failures can remove vehicle for service for several weeks. Just to highlight something, it is somewhat timely in that this just happened over the last couple of weeks, but with HOCO, homecoming, and FOComing happening over the last 2 weekends, we normally upstaff for those. But our 6, as I mentioned, we had 6 spare ambulances. 1 in October, we had to send for a remount that goes all the way out to Saskatchewan. So we don't see that until January at best, maybe February. And then maybe another 2 to 3 weeks to get that on the road. So, you know, we lose that vehicle for anywhere from about 4 to 5 months. So that puts us down to 5. We had 1 that had a blown engine. We're looking to replace that ambulance next year. So we have not replace that engine right now, trying to be fiscally responsible to do that, as it, you know, we are expecting some ambulance to arrive next year. And then just 2 days before homecoming, we blew, oops, sorry, which one was it here now? Oh, transmission. Yes, transmission went, and we're looking, by the time we order parts, everything probably that's out of service for over a month as well. So now we're down to 3. Normally we would upstaff 2 12-hour trucks during the day and 2 overnight, which we would need 4 ambulances for. We had 3 during the day. With those 2 ambulances, which we would normally upstaff for homecoming, we also had a Queen's football game, and which we are contractually obligated to attend, as well as a Frontenac hockey game as well. So many events with all our community partners with not the resources, or at least the vehicle resources to support that. So this is where we're at with the number of vehicles that we do have. When we're asking for the 3 vehicles, 2 are replacing 2 of the older vehicles that we have kept beyond end of life. So they're not really additional vehicles that we're putting in. It just right now, as Councillor had mentioned earlier on, these vehicles are technically past their end of life. They have over 500,000 engine hours, kind of equivalent miles on them right now. But we do require them just to be able to meet our minimum standards of doing what you are tasking us to do. Our remount program, like I said, can remove a vehicle out of service for upwards of 4 months. Our last one was just over 5 months. And we had already mentioned about the ORH study down there. Our risks, as I mentioned, having to downstaff crews since we started actually physically keeping record of how long we've had crews without an ambulance since the spring of this year. It's been just under 50 hours that we've had a crew kind of sitting there with literally no ambulance to drive. We've had, unfortunately, hundreds of other hours where we had no spare vehicle. So if something did break, that vehicle, would have just gone in the shop and we would have seen how long it would have taken to repair that. Okay. So we're really right on the edge here right now with regards to vehicles. What this does also is it really limits our ability to provide not only special events, but any significant multi-casualty incident, should there be a big accident on the 401, 15, 20 cars or something like that. The ability to upstaff, we do have the staff to do that, but we don't have the vehicles to send them to the scene to actually assist with these things, not at the moment anyhow. Okay. The training of our new hire paramedic staff, as mentioned in a previous report last year, because we require at least kind of 3 vehicles for that. We would not be able to do any of our preventative maintenance or send vehicles to any of our special events while this training period is going on. And now this is happening twice a year. We're only talking 3 to 4 weeks each time, but we literally had to rent U-Hauls last time to at least do some of the driver training for our new hire staff. Again, these are all laid out under the Ambulance Act, the Land Ambulance Certification Standard specifically, and our response time standard. As far as council policy and direction, this really does fall under, again, our response times and the ability to meet those targets with hopefully not having to downstaff an ambulance throughout the course of a day. So total cost for this project, the overall cost just shy of $800,000 based on our pricing today, as we all know, getting our vehicles, although we're purchased through Canada, obviously they come through the States, many of them. And so we're basing it on the cost that we have right now. So deposit, again, county portion would be just under $50,000 and the balance in 2027. We are expecting hopefully to arrive the end of 2027, but it could be out into 2028, would be just over $112,000 as well. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you, Deputy. I did want to go back to the warden's comment. Are you satisfied that this approach addresses the issue you were raising?
All right, thanks for that. I raised the issue because maybe I'm a little too close to this, and thanks to you and your staff and so on for that. I'm just hoping we're moving fast enough. Like for instance, to send an ambulance out to Saskatchewan, take the box off and put it on a new one and bring them both back. Like that's 4 or 5 months where maybe the physical cost isn't worth the actual downtime. Maybe we should just be buying all new boxes unless there's something special. I'm assuming you're taking all this into account. even, you know, that $50,000 savings really may not be worth it at the end of the day. And I'm really am concerned, maybe it's because of my age, a little more concerned about the availability. Certain counselors are getting there as well, may I remind them? In your case, it may take a little longer to get there. I think it does, as long as they're comfortable. I just hope, when this goes to Mark, maybe, the chief, you didn't come in here and say, this is what council will look at, and this is what we can live with, but we really want more. I know you always want more, I got that. But are we at the bottom line here, or should we be looking at more? And, you know, whatever you tell us, I will live with it. So, and actually,
all right.
that maybe should go to Kevin, because I'm putting Kevin on the spot here.
Mr. Farrell, did you want to comment first, or?
I'll turn that over to the chief.
I think this will address our most pressing need. And as we're planning future asks, I think we need to change the approach in which we're asking for those. So right now, council sees an ask for paramedic resource, and they see the immediate 4 paramedics that are required to fill a 12-hour, 7-day-a-week shift. And as those asks come forward, I think we need to be more wholesome in that ask and address both that staffing need, vehicle need, equipment need. So it's a more wholesome ask in front of council. And that's what my goal is in future presentations, future budget cycles moving forward.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Thank you. I'm not in on your maintenance routine in that, but when you mentioned that there's a transmission blown in that, and it'd be taken out of service for a month and that looking for parts, these are actually standardized truck chassis that are underneath. And how are we taking a month to get a transmission fixed that if it were my car, I would take it in Mr. Transmission and it'd probably be fixed within a day or two. And the other one, of course, was a blown engine, and maybe there's more convoluted engines in them and that, but it seemed like a long time for them to be out. So I'm just wondering on the maintenance, we aren't trying to do our own maintenance, are we?
No, it is contracted out. We buy those parts directly back from Chevy and or Ford, depending on what vehicle it is. And literally our turnaround time at best is probably 2 to 3 weeks to get that delivered, and then the time to put it in. Yeah, but I wish it was better. This is not us being picky about who we're getting it through. It just this is what it takes right now to get these things turned around.
Thank you, Debbie. Councillor Vanderwall.
Just a couple comments. Are they all GMs?
Ambulances, yes.
Yeah, maybe there's a problem. Spoken by a Ford man, but however, I just want to say at Public Works, all of our Chev trucks transmissions have went in between 160 and 180.
Mhm.
Almost they can guarantee on it.
Mhm.
Of all the tenders we've had, the transmissions are going on them trucks. So that's a comment. I know it sounds like it's challenging for fire ambulances and all that, but we're facing the same thing in fire. I mean, you want to order a new fire truck, you're talking a year or two also. So, I mean, everybody's in the same boat. All we can do is try to move it as forward as quickly or expediently as we can. That's all we can do. However, the GM thing, of course, I gotta let go.
If I may, just as well, just with regard to electric vehicles, those like the ones that you were just speaking to there, I'm not aware of anything pending for those. The vehicles that you can buy right now, the electric vehicles, are just over $800,000 each, not counting the infrastructure required, all the chargers, et cetera, we would need. And we would also have to change our response model, because with the limited range that you have to be able to drive with these things, especially in winter time, we would, like right now, closest ambulance goes to an emergency call. We would have to alter that if it was a prolonged response or a greater distance to make sure that they could make it there.
Yeah, just from that quick conversation that I had with the minister, I got the impression they're looking at a mass purchase
Mhm.
by the province, because they are already there and this would be helpful all the way around in that. But there's something in the works, or at least being seriously looked at the province with the Ministry of Health.
So Deputy, can we ask you to take that under advisement and
Absolutely.
perhaps at some point in the future, you can provide an update? For sure. Any other questions, comments for the deputy? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
And
time.
we're going to turn over to your, is it the least favorite deputy? I'm not.
I like to think best for last. Hey, good morning, Warden, Deputy Warden, and Council. I'm here to talk about our proposal for hiring a superintendent of performance standards in training. This position would focus on developing, evaluating, and delivering the training requirements needed within Frontenac paramedics. And our current department structure is like this: a deputy chief, an assistant for performance standards, and our superintendent of performance standards. In our proposed department structure, we would be adding in our superintendent, as you can see there on the chart, dividing the role into quality assurance and training on the other side. And this would be meant to complement the current performance standards superintendent. Healthcare in Ontario is constantly evolving due to the pressures on the whole system, and paramedics are in a perfect position to help reduce these pressures. We need to be a team of highly skilled paramedics delivering professional and progressive patient-focused care. In 2000, I'm going back a few years, primary care paramedics had 6 medications with 1 delegated medical act they were responsible for. In 2025, primary care paramedics have 30 medications and 16 delegated medical acts. And yet we have the same number of education and training hours we had 25 years ago. This comes with an evolving and increasing scope of practice with changes to medical directives and protocols. Our paramedics have minimum legislative training requirements to maintain certification and proficiency. We also have service training requirements that we call professional development days. This is where paramedics are learning new material or reviewing current material to maintain proficiency. The pace of change for paramedics and subsequent training requirements is increasing. The increase in new medications, equipment, and protocols has increased dramatically in recent years, requiring more training and review to maintain proficiency. As Chief Gowdy stated, the health human resource crisis has made recruitment harder. We find ourselves needing to do more recruitment throughout the year, requiring more orientation time, which is a time-intensive endeavor. All these increasing demands on the performance standards department continue as the service increases in overall size as well. Adding a training superintendent will help us navigate the 38 weeks of training each year needed to ensure we meet the requirements. This will then create capacity for quality-focused initiatives, such as further quality improvement, ensuring we're meeting the legislative requirements, and continuing to prioritize patient safety. Some of the risks in the current structure is our inability to keep pace with the changes. Decrease in patient care practice, delay in training and preparing our paramedics. We are expecting new initiatives of treat and release, treat and refer, and treat with alternate destination as part of our help in reducing the strain on the healthcare system. The potential for missing legislative requirements. By splitting training and quality with one superintendent, we can't further our programs. Our clinical feedback continues to be considerably late, and as mentioned, our current training schedule equates to 38 weeks per year. This year alone, we're adding 7 more weeks of orientation in a second round of hire that we're currently experiencing. So the total project or cost of the project would be $176,416, with the county funding portion being $35,795. Questions?
Thank you, Deputy. Any comments, questions? Councillor Smith.
Just a comment, I have seen the paramedics in action a couple of times and they're amazing. So for 35,000, I support it.
Thank you. Councillor Greenwood-Spears.
In the future, in that, should there be a college of paramedics set up? And I know that there is an effort at this point in time for a professional college. Do you see that as impacting some of the training requirements and that? And I ask that because coming from a profession as an RN, we never got any additional time for our professional development or training, and nothing was ever paid for. It was an expectation to just move forward on it, same as it is for physicians. So I'm just wondering if down the road, if there's a college of paramedics, if this will be impacted.
I think the expectation would fall more on the paramedics individuals as well, but we are still required as a service to help them maintain that certification. So I think looking at it, I couldn't speak to if that cost would be turned over to the individual paramedics or maintained by the service, as we are employing them to maintain those levels of certification that they're hired for. If you want to add anything?
I would just maybe add that even if you look at the hospital structures, they still have training RNs in a variety of capacities as well. So that would be much like that.
Thank you, Debbie. Any other comments, questions? I believe that concludes the presentation by paramedics. Is that correct? Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our clerk, Madam Clerk, what the time is. I believe we're on schedule for a break.
Exactly.
The time is 10:29 and you're to recess for a break at 10:30.
I think it's break time. And we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
That was easy.
That was easy.
Ready to go?
I still.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the warden to return.
He's coming from the north.
Yes. So the next item on the agenda is planning and economic development, and I believe Mr. Gallivan's going to present.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Good morning, Warden and members of council. We're pleased to bring our business plan forward to you for planning and economic development as well as the K&P Trail. I'm pleased to advise council for the first time since this department was formed in 2014, we have no project proposals this year. But I would like to thank this council. In the term of this council, you have endorsed 7 proposals during your term following your strategic plan. Most recently, you agreed to allow us to bring in another person in economic development on a 3-year contract, which is fantastic as we continue to promote the tourism side of things. I think it's going to be an important part, and you'll see that person out on the road next year. So I want to thank council for supporting our efforts and agreeing to move things forward to help our citizens and our businesses. So this is a 5-year business plan from 2026 to 2030, and it's following your strategic plan. So the end of this business plan period will be 2030. And at that time, we see the K&P Trail finished. We also see the K&P Trail part of the rail to trail loop that Richard has been working on that connects us with Renfrew, Lanark, Leeds and Grenville, and will be the first looped trail system in Canada. That'll be fantastic for our citizens and for tourism and our businesses. By 2030, you'll have a new county official plan in place, and also we'll be working on new official plans during this period for both North Frontenac and Frontenac Islands, and near the end of 2030 for Central Frontenac. On the communal services side, by 2030, the mixed use housing in Verona will be up and built and running on communal services. We also, in these early days, see interest from the private sector and expect by 2030, you're going to have other development applications to deal with on communal services with mixed housing on the agenda. In terms of this year in 2025, on the planning side, for the first time since pre-COVID, over half our time was spent on county planning work, on the regional projects that benefit everybody. And that includes the work that's been going on all year that we've been managing on this new community planning permit system, which will protect our lakefronts and rivers moving forward for each township. We're also just closed the RFP on a brand new natural heritage study work, which will commence in 2026. Council endorsed the work program to update our county official plan, which we are working on already. And then, of course, there's the healthcare initiative that's taken a lot of our time this year, particularly with Ms. Debbie Miller, who deserves a lot of thanks for all of her work on that. The K&P Trail this year will have had almost 200,000 visits, and Richard will explain that in more detail. And again, overall, our goal is to ensure that our planning advice to you and to the townships we work for recognizes what Frontenac is all about. The rural character of Frontenac is proactive and collaborative with all 4 townships, and also to promote economic development that will benefit citizens, businesses, and visitors across the county. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Bolton to speak to you about the planning side of our department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Good morning, Warden, Deputy Warden, members of council. It is my pleasure to be here this morning to be able to present our business plan for the planning services portion of our department. I'm going to just see if this will work for me. Oh, I think maybe the batteries are. Yeah, so Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to start off talking, I will get to the sort of the development aspect. And I was going to start talking about the policy projects that we work on both at the county and the township levels, because that is, as Mr. Gallivan had pointed out, where we really make a really big difference in terms of what we can accomplish. So from a regional county perspective, I'm going to start at the county level. First, I'm going to speak to the community planning permit system, or the CPPS, which Mr. Gallivan had alluded to. So this is going to be a waterfront development permit system intended to protect our shorelines, our lakes, our rivers. And at the same time, it's going to hopefully also streamline the development process and make it easier for people to do the right thing on their waterfront properties. So our intention is to have the final bylaw template completed by the end of 2025. Now completed sort of internally so that staff is happy with it. And we expect in the new year, we would bring that forward to our Planning and Economic Development Advisory Committee, and then finally to County Council. Now, you won't be passing anything, but essentially you would be receiving it in terms of the fulfillment of the contract we have with the consultant who's been helping us with it. And it's just a template, really. Then it will be sent out to the townships, and it will be up to each township to make their own decision whether to move forward with it, how they want to modify the bylaw so that it suits their individual township characteristics and needs. And what we intend on doing right now, we have a very good working group with staff from each of the townships. And we know not everybody can do the bylaw at the same time, but somebody's going to need to go first. And there's going to be a bit of a learning curve there in terms of the training staff, in terms of how the new bylaw is different from a zoning bylaw, and also needing to come up with a new document templates. So a new application form, new permit templates. So we're hoping to do that collectively as a group to sort of collaborate, continue to collaborate, and be able to be as efficient as possible. But our intention through the life of this particular business plan is that over the next few years, hopefully each of the townships will be able to adopt their version of this bylaw for a waterfront development system, from a permit system. In terms of communal services, we are currently working on official plan amendments for each of the townships. And from 2026 and beyond, we expect as a department that we're going to continue to provide ongoing support for Frontenac Municipal Services, as well as doing hopefully some advocacy work and presentations in terms of people who are looking at doing something similar and wanting to know where Frontenac has been, particularly from colleagues within our own planning circle in terms of how we've handled this from a planning perspective. And as we eventually see these developments get built, sort of what that looks like on the ground. There's certainly a lot of interest from that perspective. Mr. Gallivan mentioned our county official plan update. So we don't see this as a large reworking of the document. Instead, we're going to do it as a series of smaller amendments. First up, we're looking at making sure that the document is going to comply with the 2024 provincial planning statement and all of the recent provincial legislative changes that we've been blessed with. So we want to make sure that those are all up to date and everything is in there that should be in there. We'll also be doing a bit of an internal review and discussion about some of the existing policies in terms of how they're working, such as private lanes policies, and also collaborating with the economic development side of our department on some business-friendly policies. So an example of that would be if we are going to have the KMP Trail is going to be complete, we're going to be marketing more for tourism. Are there some business opportunities that could happen that would be adjacent to or very close to the trail that would benefit those business owners, but also would benefit the trail users as well? And then we will also be doing some amendments to update to be in line with recent studies. So there will be an update after the natural heritage study is complete. And we are also in line to do our population housing and employment projections. That was a previous project proposal that you had approved for us to use from the reserve fund. So thank you for that. That will be getting started, if not at the end of this year, at the beginning of next year. Also in our plan for over the next 5 years is a future project proposal. We're saying approximately around 2027, 28, to do an archaeological master plan. So the protection of archaeological resources is a provincial requirement. But for us to be able to do that appropriately, we need to know what it is we're looking for, or where we need to look for it. So we need to know when someone comes forward with a property, with a development proposal, what they need to do to comply with the provincial requirements for archaeology. So there's a bit of education on our part that's needed there. And we have a lot of land too. And so I know with other archaeological master plans, they identify areas of significance, they identify areas of potential, and then they identify areas that are not of great concern. So that will help us in terms of being able to help property owners and developers with future work that they want to do, and to ensure that we're protecting what's important and complying with provincial regulations. In terms of projects for the township, ongoing, we currently have some amendments to the official plans and zoning bylaws for additional residential units ongoing. We're starting in North. We'll also be having a look at the islands in Central Frontenac as well. South already has those incorporated in their current official plan as well as their new one. And as I mentioned, over the course of the next several years, we'll be working with each of the townships at implementing the community planning permit system for a waterfront development bylaw. Individually in North Frontenac, in 2027 will be the 10-year anniversary of their official plan. So we will be doing a review and update at that time for that document. And then following that, we'll be doing a similar review and update to their zoning bylaw. For Central Frontenac right now, the major project we have ongoing and see for the foreseeable future for in terms of potential for Charbot Lake is the redevelopment of the former school site in Charbot Lake, particularly on communal services, to provide additional housing and again to provide a viable, almost flagship example of what can be done with communal services. And then in South Frontenac, we have South Frontenac's new official plan coming to your November 19th council meeting. So we're very excited about that. That's been a lot of work by both the township staff, and we're very grateful to have been able to collaborate with them along the way. So I look forward to presenting that to you next month. And then following that, for South Frontenac, we want to begin the conversation with township staff of delegating approval for plans of subdivision and condominium for them, because compared to where they were perhaps, even 7 or 8 years ago now, have a fully staffed, well-functioning planning department. They've got support from the engineering side and public works. So there's an opportunity there to streamline the process by potentially delegating that authority to them to handle on their own. For Frontenac Islands, we do still want to update the zoning for Marysville, particularly for the existing village. And then also timeline to be determined, but we do also want to help them with a new official plan for the township. On the development approval side of things at the county level, applications for plans of subdivision and condominium have been relatively slow this year. Most of our recent applications have been for final approvals or extensions to draft plan approval. And the future level of applications is really unknown, especially with communal services. We never know what to expect, what's going to come across our desk any day, because that's very much in the hands of the developers and their teams in terms of what they're working on and when they want to make a formal submission. I did mention the delegation of approval for plans of subdivision and condominium to South Frontenac, and we're certainly hoping that by doing that, that helps our team balance our time to be able to address those types of applications should they start coming in for the other 3 townships. So that will help with our workload there. We do, as you know, also do the day-to-day planning services for 3 of the townships, so North, Central, and the islands. This graph here just shows the increase in the total number of hours that we have spent doing planning services for those 3 townships from 2016 up until last year. You can see, of course, the peak in 2021 to 2022 over the COVID-19 pandemic and the increase and spike that we had both in applications as well as development inquiries. And that has dropped since then. It hasn't gone down to pre-pandemic levels. I would be surprised if it did. But it is, as Mr. Gallivan had alluded to, the reason that last year we've been able to get above that 50% mark in terms of the regional planning work that we're doing for the county level, which has been nice to have that balance out more. In terms of the actual application numbers themselves, 2021 during the pandemic certainly was the peak for that. As you see, it's come down there. I can tell you that up until the end of the 3rd quarter of this year, so to the end of September, we have received and processed 108 applications. Now that is 115% of last year's total. That is a little higher because 23 of those applications, so that's about 21%, they were submitted in late 2024, so from about mid-November to the end of December, and they were impacted by the postal strike that happened at that time because it went on for so long and that we didn't have an alternative in terms of notice. We just couldn't mail anything out. And I would also say that by the end of the third quarter this year, we are running at about a 36% of our applications being delegated authority consents in those three townships, which is on par with last year. I think the average was about 40. And those are consents that about 2 years ago, South Frontenac was already doing this, but the other three townships also passed bylaws to allow the simple, straightforward applications for consents, whether it be new lots, rights of way, lot additions, to be handled by staff. They were not contentious. There were no comments. And those, of course, mean that we're still writing a memo to the township CAO, but we're not doing lengthy reports. We're not doing presentation slides. We're not waiting and making the applicant wait until a monthly meeting occurs. So that has helped speed things along, not only for ourselves as staff in terms of our time, but also for the applicants as well. In terms of risks and mitigation, for us, there's always an advisement in terms of a potential delay to getting those bigger picture policy planning and strategic initiative projects done. And that really comes from two places. One is how many development applications are we getting, processing and dealing with? And then also two, what are we being gifted from the province? I know last week I haven't read it yet because I had enough on my plate, but last week we were provided with the Fighting Delays in Building Faster Act 2025. So I look forward to reading that and see what it's like Christmas kind early, you know. So we'll see we'll see what's in the details there. But those are really the main two unknowns: the province and sort of the public or the private sector and the public in terms of what they want to do on their properties and development. So we're always sort of trying to balance that, and that does mean occasionally if there is something that the townships want done and we're not able to handle it, then instead of our team handling it, there's the chance you might need to hire a consultant. But we are also trying to address it through continuing to try and find efficiencies, right? We had the delegated authority for those undisputed consents that I mentioned, and also things like the CPPS bylaw, again, offers an opportunity because it creates a tiered permitting system where the lowest tier, the easiest applications can be approved at the staff level, depending on what each township wants to do with those. Again, meaning people are not waiting for committee and council meetings in order to get their approvals. So again, we help where we can to try and provide those efficiencies to save a bit of time. The last slide here is just a snapshot of where things are in terms of the current and projected balance for the sustainability reserve. So this reserve was created a number of years ago and was established in order to cover costs associated with planned planning studies. I know that sounds a little bit weird, but studies that we know that we do on a regular basis because we need to update the official plans. So things like the natural heritage study, the update to our population projections. It is also used to deal with appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Those, we never know when they're coming, and when they do come, they are usually unfortunately pricey. So we have this reserve fund here in order to address costs associated with that so that we have that available if and or when needed. So you'll see here there's a bit of a drop from 2025 to 2026. So that isn't in anticipation of us beginning work and hiring consultants to deal with the natural heritage study and the population projections there. And then again in 2028, again, assuming that we are looking at moving forward with the archaeological master plan, we're trying to plan ahead for that as well. And at that point, I don't know if we want to wait till the very end, but if you want to do questions now specific to planning, then I'm happy to do that.
So it might be easier to take questions right now, and then we won't get confused or lose them. Okay. Comments and questions? Sorry, Councilor Greenwood Spears.
Thank you very much. Just to refresh my memory in that, for the sustainability reserve, what is the ideal figure that we should keep it at? Is it 100,000? Is it 80,000?
Mr. Gallivan or Mr. Piatsetsky, am I going to say that correctly and not butcher it too much? Well, my understanding is our happy place, our comfort level is around 100,000. But they're nodding. So that we start to get a little twitchy if it drops below 100,000, just because we know how expensive appeals can be. So that's kind of our goal and our happy place for that. So.
Councilor Randall, did you have a question?
I have yes. How many staff are in the planning department?
So, so there's Mr. Gallivan, who's the director of the whole department. I manage planning, and then we have two planners. We have a senior planner, project manager, and then we have a community planner. So we are a small but mighty team.
Four. You're
So,
saying four.
so there's four of us in total with
Yeah.
with a planning background. Yes.
Yep. And the other, just a comment on the statistics. We went through the same thing and we're not as low as pre-COVID, but pretty close. It's almost leveled off to how that trend was before COVID.
And I would say generally, and having looked at the numbers in past in terms of what your planning department does, I would say that the level that we do for the other three combined is usually on par with what South is processing just themselves. So it's usually pretty similar. So.
Councillor Fowler.
Yes, thanks for your presentation. Regarding waterfront properties, how important is that according to the planning department?
Well, I think in terms of Frontenac, I mean, I would say, I think our previous numbers that we had looked at, about 75% of the applications that we get for development are on some form of waterfront property. And I think the most frustrating thing for us from a development perspective is often we get a proposal for something and the land right on the shoreline has already been cleared. So what this tool allows us to do is it allows us to use the planning tools that we have combined into one process, so a minor variance and site plan control. And it also allows us to control the amount of vegetation and the site clearance activity that may or may not occur beforehand. So it allows us to control all of that. So, and it's, again, as I said, it's also a tool depending on how it's structured, that for people who are trying to do the right thing in the right place and are doing a relatively minor change, it can make the process actually smoother. So we wanted to move ahead with this permitting system because we feel it will have a significant impact for all of the county, both on the health of our lakes and shorelines, but also in terms of the efficiency of how we process applications.
Councillor Vanderwall.
On that note, is this going to be a policy that's going to protect the whole ribbon of life, whether they're actually developing or not? Because as we have seen in the past, somebody went in and made sure they cleared everything before they put the application in. And so I'm just wondering, even if they're not applying, will this policy have enough teeth or enforcement that it would protect that 30 meters of the lakes?
Through you, Deputy Warden. So that is the intention. I mean, the enforcement piece is up to the townships in terms of how you enforce it. But our intention is that if someone were looking, let's say they didn't know exactly where they wanted to build a cottage, but they wanted to come in early and they wanted to prepare the site, there may be a need for them to get a permit in order to even prepare the site. And that allows staff the opportunity to go out and have a look and to make sure that that 30-meter ribbon of life, which is something that's consistent in all of your official plans and zoning bylaws, is protected. So that is something that we are looking at as part of that bylaw template. Ultimately, how it's worded and how it gets implemented and enforced will be up to each township. But it is something we're looking at through the process, and we're going to try and give you in the template sort of the best practice of how we think it should go forward, with the final choice being up to each individual township.
Which is fine if we have to enforce it, but the language has to be there that we can.
Yeah.
So that's the important part.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, you want to continue with your rest of your presentation?
I think I'm going to pass it over now to Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Oh, he's right here. I'm gonna raise the mic for you.
Thank you. I was really hoping the planners would do my section, but Deputy Warden, members of council, I'm pleased to present to you the 2026 to 2030 Economic Development Business Plan from the Planning and Economic Development Department. You're welcome to ask questions at the end. But I will try to move as quickly and smoothly through because now I'm standing between you and lunch. So just a little context. In terms of our economy, everyone in our economy in Canada
is suffering from trade and tariff uncertainty. Every day we wake up, we don't know what the situation is going to be. And this impacts how businesses work, impacts the big businesses, and it impacts the small businesses. There could be layoffs at companies associated with trade. So if we're, and those people might vacation here, and we lose that tourism dollar because they've been coming here for years, but they can't because they don't have those jobs anymore. So even things that happen in Oshawa or Brampton or other parts of our economy, they're such significant parts of our national economy that we may feel ripples out here. We're relatively insulated because we don't have a lot of large scale manufacturing. We don't have a lot of that major import export. But the recent rules where they took where they started applying duty to things that were shipped under $800, that makes a difference on businesses in Frontenac County that do ship to the States in a regular basis. And we don't know if that's going to change or if there's a benefit, and that stops businesses from making decisions like hiring, expansion, investment. They want to know what they're dealing with when it comes to trade and tariffs. And so that's going to be probably something that we're looking at and talking about for the next couple of years in some way, shape, or form, based on how 2025 has gone so far. It also means that there could be a risk of inflation. There could be changes in interest rates and a potential risk of recession that may affect our economy. And so I know we may be slightly aware of that as the county works, but I want to make sure that we're also aware that our business community works in that. There's also a big benefit to us. We have a lot of local businesses that sell local products that they make, and those kinds of things are in demand from Canadians in our community. In fact, we're starting to see shifts in how we're able to procure or find or create new products to sell to ourselves that we've typically procured from the States. We're also seeing shifts in tourism. Not much. There was a study done on re-entry into Canada where the numbers were really down for entries into Canada this year over the spring, and we thought that American tourism was down. But airplane tourism from the States was not down, and so when they looked deeper into the numbers, they realized it was snowbirds who weren't returning. They hadn't left, and so those cars weren't coming back across as usual. And then going forward as part of this business plan, we, as Director Gallivan already mentioned, we're looking to have an increase of capacity on our team. And that means we'll be able to be more present for businesses, our partners at the municipalities, and deliver on our objectives as part of this business plan more effectively. So, just briefly, the Charter for Economic Development was approved last year, and so our business plan is guided by that Charter of Economic Development, focuses on 4 pillars that came from consultation with the business community: tourism, food and beverage, economic infrastructure. That means everything from broadband internet to fostering a business community that's collaborative and supportive of each other. And then something that's relatively new to us is housing, and I'll talk a bit about all of these in the coming slides. From tourism, our goals will be to implement the Destination Development Plan that was approved by County Council in 2022. And we'll start next year by increasing our consumer marketing efforts to let people know where Frontenac County is. We've dialed that back with a lack of capacity over the last year or two. And so we're looking forward to increasing that, as well as further engaging in our regional tourism partnerships with RTO 9 and RTO 11. We're also engaged in the website transition with the county. We're going to integrate tourism information into the county website, just to have less things we have to manage, but we can still make sure we have an effective message that we can direct people to using domain names like visitfrontenac.ca or frontenaccounty.ca/visit. Outcomes from the municipal accommodation tax feasibility work that's undergoing right now. We have some open houses later this week if you'd like to attend. that will influence how this work happens. And so what we learn through that process will influence some of the tourism pieces, and we'll continue to update the committee and council as we go forward. Food and beverage is something that supports tourism. And so it's important that we have food and beverage opportunities for our visitors to go engage in, but also to support our community. People don't like to cook dinner every night for themselves, I've learned, and especially if they have children. And so we need to have all kinds of opportunities. Our strength in food and beverage, we focused a lot on farm to table opportunities over the past few years through open farms and other similar efforts. And we'd like to work with the Frontenac Business Services on their food and beverage Frontenac website to market that as a reason and create itineraries around that for people to move forward. And then we're going to start looking at partnerships with the Culinary Tourism Alliance, which is sort of the trusted food and beverage advisory group in Canada, both from a tourism perspective, but also a local development perspective. When it comes to economic infrastructure, we're going to continue doing all of the things that we've been doing, familiarization tours, networking, visits to businesses, following up on requests for support, hosting our retreat annually, and hosting business awards to celebrate those businesses that are making an impact in our community. The other piece that sort of fits in here, because it doesn't really fit anywhere else, is the healthcare project, which is important for our economy from a resident standpoint, and that work is going to continue at least into 2026 for our team, and we'll be bringing subsequent reports back to council later this year and about where that project stands. And then housing, which is the new one for us. We're going to start looking at more intentional collaboration with developers and trades folks. We'd like to host a Housing in Frontenac event in the spring to bring both regulators, so building and planning officials and builders together to listen to each other, to talk about what's going on, what they can expect, what they need, understand where things are at, so that we can then, as connectors at the economic development, we can start to build out projects to start supporting those services essentially. And as FMSC continues to grow and communal services come in place, we'll probably start to play a bit of a role in connecting developers to them and to projects in Frontenac County. And so will be interesting to partner with our colleagues at Frontenac Municipal Services. And then this is not a pillar, but there is administration involved in our jobs, and unfortunately, it's not all fun and games. Sometimes I get, people who say, "Oh, you're at another dinner, Richard." Well, isn't that great? And I said, "Well, this is the dinner your township's hosting. I thought I'd come by and talk to some of your community members." But we do have to administer everything. We write reports, we visit the townships, we participate in committee meetings where we can, both at the county level as well as at the township level. We attend regular meetings with the RTOs. We attend regular meetings with Visit Kingston to see if there's anything that we can leverage there. And we work on partnering with Frontenac Business Services on a regular basis. And then there's grants. I write a lot of grants. My goal is 50,000 a year, and I average well above that. And so I'm very pleased with how well we do in terms of securing grants for both trail and economic development activities. Any questions about the economic development activities before I move to trail?
We'll start with Mr. Van der Wal.
On the communal services part, and I know this is kind of connected to planning, then once we have a real buy-in from the province, is that going to make it a lot quicker and more expedient for large-scale development? Because as you know, we've been working probably 4 years on trying to get through environmental things, but if that piece is taken care of, can we move some of these things a lot quicker and less costly?
Through you, Deputy Warden, yes, I would say so, because we've got the county official plan that clearly says the county supports communal services. You've now got the South Frontenac official plan. It's the first official plan in Ontario that clearly lays out that you support, a municipality supports communal services and where in your municipality and what types of housing. And we're working with the other townships on that. So that'll provide clear direction to the developers. And our development review process compared to other municipalities like City of Kingston is much faster. So that with the developers knowing that they're not going to have to own the infrastructure, that's a big step forward.
Because the environmental piece obviously is huge. Not, I don't want to say delay, but it's a huge challenge on projects. The only other question I had, the very first picture that you had up, I asked Fran, she didn't know what restaurant or what business was that? Is it in the county? They, yeah.
Is it?
Okay, thank you, because I said to Fran, do you know where that is? And she said, no. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
The Wolf Island Pub and Pizzeria is an institution. They're 15 years in operation as of Halloween. Big day for them this week. So
Thank you.
Feel free to jump on a free ferry and come over for a pizza.
I was supposed to, Ray?
excellent work, Deputy Warden.
We're planning a day trip.
Counselor Grievous-Spears.
Yes, and before it was the Wolf Island Pub and Pizzeria, it was Ernie's Lunch for a good 40 years before that. So it's been ongoing since I was a child. And that's a while ago. On top of the 15. Anyways, just going back to that anomaly of the physician and nurse practitioner aspect of health, and I do appreciate how important it is for attracting people to the area, and that it really is crucial. And there's one thing that has come to my attention and we probably have not looked at it in our physician recruiting because it's been isolated towards the US, which of course BC has had great success with, and that's another piece that I'm sure that the group is looking at, as well as, the international. I talked to a fourth year Scottish student just on the weekend, fourth year medical and boyfriend at Queen's. I said, Canada's a lovely place to come to, and tried to make the best pitch. However, one other area that we probably haven't looked at, and we maybe should, is Cuba. There's a high number of highly trained doctors in Cuba, and there is no problem in immigration from Cuba to Canada. It'd be the recognition of their credentials and things of that nature. But that is an economy that is rich with medical specialists. Just wanted to point that out.
I think the CEO has made a note of that. Thank you. Sorry, Richard, any other comments or questions? I did have two, actually, if you don't mind. Is there anything, I guess this is to the CEO, is there anything in our purchasing bylaws or procedures that require us to always buy the lowest price and not necessarily buy local?
I'm also looking to our acting treasurer, but no, our bylaws have, we follow the procedures. It's a scoring system. We wouldn't necessarily always pick the lowest, but it's a big factor, of course.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur with with Kevin's comments there. It is a factor, but it's not the sole determinant of which way we go.
So I asked the CEO to give you time to think about your answer. That's why. So is it possible to change that? Is it, I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of restrictions and preventing local vendors from getting involved.
So that's also something that's being reviewed by the Governance Review Committee. So it's procurement is something that's being looked at by that committee.
Legally, you can't.
We've been told legally you cannot make the decision saying that because it's local, it's the one we're going to take.
Thank you, Warden.
And I agree with that from my experience as well. But then on the other thing, if you're asking for, you want to buy something, you put a tender out and 4 contractors or 4 suppliers bid and only one's local, and you're giving a high preference to the local one, why are the other 3 going to bid? And as soon as you start doing that on a regular basis, you're only going to get one bid because the other three are saying, why waste my time? Putting in a response to an RFP together or a contract is a lot of work and a lot of money. And they'll just eventually back off and their costs will go up. I don't like it any more than you do, but that's kind of reality.
Well, I raise it from the standpoint of your comment about tariffs and US imports and stuff like that. So thank you for those answers. Councilor Green Spears.
I think that's part of the cover that's been given by the provincial government, because in the former NAFTA and then free trade agreements and that, the US was considered an equal opportunity place. And I believe the Ontario government has removed that piece, and there is protection now in that for buying Canadian. We do not have to go that route of making sure American companies get the chance to bid on it. And they can go argue it at the World Trade Organization because that's their tribunal, and I don't think they're very happy with the US and the chaos they've caused.
Sorry, Councilor Fowler.
Yes, regarding your municipal accommodation tax, I've been getting a lot of negative feedback from people regarding that. It's still a tax. It still adds more to somebody's accommodation. And yeah, it might be about 4% or something like that. That's what was quoted. But just to let you know that there's a lot of people that aren't in favor of that.
Sorry, do you want to respond to that?
Just we're out there, and please send their correspondence my way, because we want to have all of the information together for when we bring it back to council in the new year.
Councilor Vanderwall, I believe you have another question.
Well, just a comment to what Councillor or Warden Lichty said. You wouldn't get a fire truck or an ambulance or some of these other things if that's the road you're going down to, because they're not made here. Maybe in 20 years, we'll have the system changed, but we've relied on something else too long. And until that changes, you wouldn't be able to get some of these services.
Thank you. So Rich, I believe that's all the questions on that portion. Do you have another portion you want to move on to?
I'm going to move on to the Frontenac KMP Trail Business Plan, and hopefully it will be as entertaining as the last presentation. Just as you're all aware, we've been working on the Frontenac KMP Trail since 2009. 2026 will represent the 17th year that we've been working on this as a strategic economic development project. As Director Gallivan mentioned, by 2030, we're likely done with the rehabilitation of the former KMP Railroad route in mainland Frontenac County, from the border with Kingston to Wilbur. And hopefully we've pretty much got ourselves down to just a couple kilometers left to rehabilitate as part of that work. But the work continues to make sure it's a transformative economic opportunity for our region. So we currently are operating 78 kilometers from Orsa Road to Snow Road Station. 63 of those kilometers are available for motorized use in the summer. This was the first year, 2025, that permits were required for summer motorized use. And briefly, it went well. We had some challenges early in the year, but for the most part, everybody who's encountered on the trail on an ATV or side by side had a permit with one of our partner organizations. We estimate that there was last year we estimated there was about 191,000 visits to the KMP Trail, and we're seeing similar numbers this year. The numbers really spiked in the fall when the heat and drought kind of evaporated a bit, and so we've seen a lot more use in the last couple of months than we did in even July and August. There's still an equal split between cycling, hiking, motorized uses, but we also see other uses such as horseback riding, cross-country skiing. Those of you who saw the survey results that we took to committee last week saw that there was horse and buggies and other types of uses that were reported to be out there. Folks really like how they use the trail when they're on the trail. It's largely under myself as a portfolio, but I do have a contracted project manager who helps on capital projects and major maintenance initiatives. We operate under about $180,000 a year, and that includes marketing and promotion. This year we had over $36,000 contributed by partners for operations and through our permit agreements. So the 2025 user survey was conducted in late June and early July. We had 311 responses, and we brought a report to committee last week about that. And so if you haven't checked it out, it's very interesting information in there. We've largely acquired, or we're in the process of completing agreements for most of the trail corridor in North Frontenac. So most of that's ready for development. And then we've been pursuing the partnership with the Eastern Ontario Rail Trail Loop group. It's Lanark County, Renfrew County, Cataraqui Conservation, the town of Smiths Falls, the township of Rideau Lakes. We've been speaking about this at conferences and other events, and we're seeing a lot of interest both from the cycling community and the trails community, as well as from the various municipalities at a lower tier who are more positioned to support the experience that takes place. We can promote this loop, but if we don't have places to stay or things for people to do, it's not going to be memorable for them. And so that's what we'll be working on next year. I'll speak a bit more about that. Over 20 events have taken place on the KNP Trail, largely organized by a very active local ATV club. Their last event of the year takes place on Saturday. It's a Light Up the Night event. It'll be at night much earlier than their last one in August, and so they'll be able to turn their lights on at 6 or 7 o'clock as they head back down the trail from Charlotte Lake to where they got on north of Verona. I just want to mention again that we had successful implementation of the permit requirement this year. In terms of capital development this year, we did the emergency replacement of the Antoine Creek Bridge. That project is largely done. There's a couple signs we have to hammer onto the end of bridges, a couple of nails here, a little bit of cleanup, but that project basically was substantially completed last week. We're planning, based on grant applications, to make upgrades from Snow Road Station up towards Wilbur in 2026. We're also looking at bridge replacements, and council supported us in terms of a capital approach on this at their last meeting. So some of that anticipated work will come forward as reserve asks in 2026. The Eastern Ontario Rail Trail Loop, if you don't remember, if I haven't talked about it enough, here's the pretty version of the loop, and it shows a number of the communities that are located along this 360-kilometer loop. The more we talk about it, the more we hear about people who want to do it. Daniel, who runs the Kick and Push Brewery in Charlotte Lake, wants to run the whole loop, which is go for it. The adventuresome folks who are looking at this are getting inspired, and we're really excited to hear their feedback and work with those folks in the communities located along it to make this an interesting experience. Ideally, this is a 5-day experience. So 5 nights spent somewhere along this loop in various communities along this loop or more for people who are cycling. That's kind of how we'd like to position it by the time we go to market in 2030. I spoke about events already. These are what the events kind of look like. We continue to have a regular century ride out of Charlotte Lake for cycling, and that's a growing community there. And then we see 1 or 2 events a month from the Frontenac ATV Club, where they bring out anywhere from 40 to 140 people on the trail as part of their events. And they're very well organized, very well wardened. They have a lead and a sweep. They keep it safe. They help make sure the road crossings are safe so that people can get across. I haven't had any complaints about these events that take place, other than sometimes people are like, why were there so many ATVs, not usually on the trail. It's a side road connected to the rail. So we're seeing some economic impact for sure from these events in the region. So the trail user survey, as I mentioned before, the responses this time around was primarily from the cyclist and pedestrian section. Most people who visit the trail south of Verona. Great to kind of get feedback from this segment of our user base. There was a desire for increased amenities, improved signage with maps that they can carry that have distances, more information about how businesses can be found along the trail. We got lots of praise for our maintenance, but there were favorite potholes that people wanted filled in that they mentioned in there as well. And about half of the respondents say that they stop at local businesses and they really value those places that welcome them. So if they're out there walking their dog, they value a place they can go to with their dog. If they're riding their horse, they like a hitching post. If they're, those kinds of places. The mayor of South Frontenac, he mentioned at a recent meeting that one day he drove past Muddy Waters in Verona, and the parking lot only had side-by-sides parked in it, and it was full. And so we're seeing those users, when they know where they're welcomed, they go there. And we want to create more of that value for our businesses so that they can access that sector, and so that trail users are more inspired to go to our local businesses and support it. So we'll see a bit of that work as we go forward, and here are the implications going into our business planning for that. So investment in trail adjacent amenities, and we talked a bit, Sonia mentioned a little bit about some planning policies to support that, but we have trail adjacent amenities that are maybe municipal focused, but then there are also trail adjacent amenities that could be provided by the private sector, whether that's bunkies or places to stay, food, businesses, that sort of thing. We also want to make sure that we're creating a trail-friendly business standards so businesses know what they should do to help welcome visitors. For folks who are on bicycles or on e-bikes, or they're looking for a place to charge their bike while they have a meal, that sort of thing. So those kinds of services are of interest. They're probably not looking for a fast charge, but a little charge. But you could see that. We could see that as the industry shifts in terms of our motorized users. Certainly ATVs and side-by-sides will go electric in the coming years, and they may be using the same similar infrastructure. So, and then we want to continue to focus on business partnerships and trail town efforts. So through the Eastern Ontario Rail Trail Loop, in 2026, we'll be going out to various towns and communities along the rail trail to engage with those businesses and those community members and groups that might be able to help us increase the engagement and excitement that could happen along the trail. People are always looking for things to stop at, point at, look at, participate in when they're out on a trail adventure, because while the KMP Trail is the most beautiful trail in all of Canada, and I have to say that, and I believe it. You can only go so many hours without wanting to stop and do something else as long as it. When you talk about an ATV or on the trail, they're always doing it to go somewhere and stop somewhere and do something. They need a destination, and so do the other trail users as well. So we'll be continuing with the Rail Trail Loop work. Some of the Trail Town engagements are taking place next year. We need to do a bit more work on aligning governance and policy with our partners, and we're be supporting a management plan update based on some of the policy changes that council and committee have approved over the past year or two. When we get to capital, I've already mentioned this. We're looking to rehabilitate the KP Trail from Snow Road to the county boundary or near the county boundary in 2026. But we also have some work to do on some of our bridges, and we'll be looking at ways to manage those capital deficiencies and be bringing subsequent reports back to council on that. This risk, I made this slide deck before your last council meeting. It's much more of an advisement now because we have established a KMP Trail reserve. We don't necessarily have enough in that reserve to deal with our infrastructure deficit, But what we do now is have a mechanism to start to look at growing, to match on grants. And I think that's a big step for us in terms of managing these capital resources. Ideally, when we fix some of these bridges up, we won't have to touch them for 20, 30 years, but some of them haven't been touched for much longer than that. And that's why we have to take care of them. The other piece is liability. I'm going to put this in every year. Some point, somebody's going to get hurt on the trail in some way, shape, or form, and they're going to point their finger at us. And what we can do is do our best job to make sure that we're following our policies and procedures that are laid out in the management plan, making sure that people know that they're on a recreational trail and they're using it at their own risk, and make sure that we have clear parameters about what that kind of use or behaviors are, so that those risks are managed and communicated to the users in advance. We do a really good job of this. I'm really proud of it, but it's something that we can't let go of in terms of our standards as we go forward. Any questions on the KMP Trail business plan?
Thank you. So, Councillor Leonard.
Well, thank you, Richard, for that. ATV contributions, how much was that again?
So far to date, we've received 36,000.
36,000. That don't include all the time, the labor, and all that stuff that they put into that, right?
No, we'll be bringing a report to council laying that out.
Okay. Is there any other groups that contribute to the KP Trail?
Not financially. We do get grants from organizations such as the Trans-Canada Trail or other organizations, but no local groups contribute, such as our local ATV clubs do.
Will it ever become time where it's going to be user pays
For the whole trail?
for the whole trail?
I mean, if you want to really increase enforcement, we could probably consider that. But one of the real challenges is the amount of places you can get on our trail. We have so many road crossings, so many places to go, that if we were to do full user pay for that, for every single user, it would be a challenge. One of the reasons we brought forward a permit requirement for ATVs and is that the infrastructure takes a bit more of the ATVs and motorized vehicles are much more harder on the trail's use and the trail condition than bicycles and pedestrians are.
Now, one last question, if I may. The loop we're talking, is that going to be for all users or just certain users?
Well, currently, the Cataraqui Trail, which I have no authority over or anything, does not permit motorized users except in the winter. And so until they make a change there, we will be promoting it primarily as a cycling experience.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanderwall, believe you had a question.
The very first slide you put up there, it said there was 191 visits that you know of. Well, if you could get $1, we'd be ahead, right? I mean,
Correct. Yeah.
so to Councillor Leonard's point, is there any way that we can do a secure donation box?
But I'm sure we could create and look at this.
I think if you put the information up, I'll just use Verona Trailhead. If you put the information on a sign at the donation box that says this trail costs $180,000 to maintain a year on average, any support would be appreciated. I think somebody who had change, even if it's in their cup holder, getting out, could throw it in there, as long as it's a secure, but you need to tell them what the thing costs, because everybody's riding it thinks it doesn't cost nothing. It's just there, right?
Does
Whatever, but those things cost money to install.
Might be worth it.
But anyway, that's something to think about. The other part you said to make the loop memorable. Again, if on my ATV for 100 kilometers and I got to walk all the way home on the rest of it, it'll be memorable.
And I'm sure you'll have the story to tell about it as well. So No, just with respect to the donation piece, that's certainly something that we could look at, voluntary donations. We just need to work with finance and treasury on the ability to receive digital payments, because currently we don't have that ability. So it might be a much larger conversation than that, but it's certainly, I think, probably worth it to see if we can gather some voluntary contributions.
And if you can make it electronic, actually, I think the donations would be higher. No disrespect to the panhandler on the corner, but who's got change in their pocket,
Correct.
right? Or dollar bill.
Warden Leakey?
Thank you, Richard, for the presentation. First pothole is right at the bridge of Snow Road. Honestly, it's from me to you long, and what it is coming down the hill on the road, and all the water washes the trail out, and it's really rough. Probably, if cranes are still working on the bridge, might be something you want to ask them, or throw in. Up to you. Just a comment, say the Frontenac ATV Club has really done a great job. We see the wardens on the trail. I have no complaints about them. It's a pleasure. And I've also been on the Tay River, Chevrolet Lake Trail or whatever else through there. And it's brand new. It costs more. While their rehabilitation costs more than ours does. Ours is much prettier, much more scenic. And the other issue is at the very north end, where just before we cross into Lanark, there's one landowner there that is working with the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority. But it causes issues, and it's not always us or the Frontenac ATV Club that creates a problem. But I would assume that we're going to get, because we're the primary people, like we own the trail up to there or will own it up to there, that we're getting a lot of flack from that particular individual because they think other groups on the trail are sanctioned by us. And I've asked this already, is there any way maybe we have put something up and say, no entry beyond this point, or this is where the trail ends? Or is that the responsibility of MVCA?
So yeah, so we're just sort of looking to see when our agreement with the MVCA passes, and then we can go and set that boundary, because if that's not going to be signed or completed and executed before the end of the year, we'll look at putting something up south of the bridge at Snow Road. But so that's a bit of an operations thing we can talk about outside of budget. And I would just say that some of what you're experiencing in North Frontenac has been experienced in other townships as the trail has grown, and it takes a bit of adapting as it's sort of a new piece where it's more managed and than it was previously, and certain liberties or certain assumptions about how the trail operates don't continue, while the way that we operate the trail is different. So there's a bit of growing pains there, and we'll continue to work with our neighbors as we find ways to continue to have the trail operate in a way that works with everybody.
Councillor Smith?
Just looking at your loop program, have you ever thought of a loop that goes east and west that connects Lanark to LNA? Because I know somebody that owns the land that goes up through there that might be able to make a deal with you if you would look at making a loop to allow that section work out as well.
So certainly there's a lot more than just this loop here. So in terms of rail trails, the Cataraqui Trail actually extends down to just outside of Napanee, and the Tay Havelock Trail does travel from essentially Perth all the way to Havelock, and those are all part of the Trans-Canada Trail connections through there. The Algonquin Trail in Renfrew County is almost to Mattawa, and so that's a significant effort north to take on the trail, and they're planning to go. They're trying to see if they can get all the way to North Bay or just outside of North Bay with that project. So there's and that's also Trans-Canada Trail. So there's a lot of connections to other trails, and we think that This idea will inspire more trips outside of it. And as we promote the loop, we will be promoting the other side trips and adventures that you can do. So we just think that this is the memorable idea that connects all of those other pieces.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Thank you for the presentation and one of the things that comes to mind is while the ATV clubs and I appreciate the bias that people can have when they've had ATVs and that's part of their lifestyle, their members, et cetera. But other opportunities are certainly there. And what came to mind was Tour de Frontenac for cyclists. You're walking or running a marathon partway and that doing it in a manner in that loop that could stretch it out over a few days, and that is other alternatives and that. But going back to the report that we saw at the committee, there's about 20 pages of comments. It's not all rosy. Some of them are targeting being surprised by people on dirt bikes, being surprised by ATVs, going too fast, etc. and that. So it's not all rosy, and I urge all the councillors to review that because those were survey questions and that over 300. So that's a pretty valid size of the survey and that. So we need to be mindful of making sure that we aren't limiting the number of opportunities for people to use this trail that is being so well subsidized by the county.
Councillor Vanderwall.
Just a comment to that point. Have we ever said to, I forget what the running group in Kingston is, they do them all the time. Or if you want to do Tour de Frontenac, we ever ask these groups to make a contribution? I mean, if they're gonna have 500 bikes show up, do you ever say, would you support the trail? I have no problem people using it. But there's no reason that we couldn't ask some of these groups instead of just ATV or the snowmobile or whatever to say, I forget what the one in Kingston is, but it's the marathon thing. We're always out of the running group or the running room or whatever, but to say to them, we have no problem. You want to use the trail. Have you ever thought about a contribution if you're going to create an event to contribute to the trail? I don't think there's anything wrong with asking.
Can we ask you to take that under advisement?
I can take that under advisement for sure. There's, we could require a contribution if there was an event hosted on the trail in terms of some kind of permit or something like that as well. But we don't need to, we can look at all those options going forward. I kind of got the sense that we should continue to look at revenue opportunities from this discussion.
And I think this will be the last question, Councillor Greenwood Spears.
Just to help clarify to Councillor Vanderwall that on Wolf Island, the medical clinic hosts a marathon and has been doing that for more than 15 years. So they get revenues from that. It doesn't cost the township anything at all, and that helps to support them. So my suggestion of the Tour de Frontenac isn't the cycle group organizing it. It's actually Frontenac organizing it, and then we would get the revenues from it. And the people that get their amenities and that, they would benefit from it. And just going back to the marathon piece and that the running room in Kingston, they don't have a lot to do with the marathons that are held on the island, but it is well attended. 300 people arrive in. It's a very busy couple days.
Thank you, Richard. Does that conclude your presentation?
It sure does.
Hey, that wasn't necessarily a hint. I was just looking for clarification.
As you'd like to say, Deputy Warden, it's concluded.
All right. Thank you so much. And our next presentation is from Mr. Millard on information systems. And I just want to remind council that this day of cybersecurity and issues and everything else, we don't want to reveal anything too revealing. So I'd ask you to consider your questions before you ask and make sure you're not putting Mr. Millard in an awkward situation in terms of compromising our security.
Thank you for that. Good morning, Warden, Deputy Warden, Council. My name is obviously David Millard, and I'm presenting the Frontenac Municipal Information Services Business Plan. I guess we need to move on. So here you see the 6 members of our FMIS team. Collectively, this group offers you 58 years of local knowledge and experience. We are happily providing full IT services to 9 of our partners listed here on this screen. And we offer partial IT services for 2 of our external agencies as well. This slide highlights the number of staff and computer endpoints we service at each of our partners. The rightmost column summarizes the 720 staff and 350 endpoints that we support over the 6 organizations. So some of our accomplishments in 2025, along with the clerk's department, we worked in the migration of the clerk and CAO department files into the modernized document management tool hosted within SharePoint Online. Again, this is a 5-year process with 2 departments scheduled each year to migrate. We moved our help desk ticketing system to a new modern tool that is completely integrated with our hardware and software inventory systems. We were lucky enough to support Central Frontenac's move into their new beautiful administration building. Supported South Frontenac's townships with the relocation of staff during the George Street renovation, assisted with the low voltage cabling installations and all new network equipment. We also assisted with returning staff to the newly renovated George Street location. We initiated a formal end user security training platform for all staff within the county, townships, and the Conservation Authority. And this year's hardware refresh of laptops and desktops was again a shared procurement across all FMIS partners, totaling 178 pieces of equipment. In 2025, we issued a shared RFP with the county, North Frontenac, Central Frontenac, and Frontenac Islands to refresh each of the websites. The county website and Visit Frontenac website will collapse into one online property, and that refresh will be done prior to the end of 2025. North Frontenac, Central Frontenac, and Frontenac Islands have initiated their website refresh in 2025 with completion prior to June 2026. We are also taking advantage of the provincial vendor of record agreement with Rogers, and we're transitioning most of our cell accounts into Rogers. South Frontenac moved in 2024, North and Cataraqui Conservation Authority moved in 25, and the county and Central are planned for 2026. Cataraqui Conservation demolished their administration building at the Perth Road complex, which resulted in a major reconfiguration of network at that location. So this chart represents our total service request volume from 2026 to 2024. If you remove the oddity of 2020 and average out the remaining 8 years, we see an average of 3,948 service requests per year. In 2024, we saw a slight increase in volume from 2023, of course. This chart represents how responsive the department is in completing the 3,100 service requests in 2024. The bottom bar represents 0 to 4 business hours from submission to closure, which we were lucky enough to achieve 50% of the time. The next bar represents 4 to 24 business hours, which we completed 27% of the calls. And then we extend to 24 to 48 hours for 8% of the requests. So in total, we're completing 85% of our service requests within 48 business hours after submission. The top 2 bars are 48 to 120, and then from 120 hours to complete, which collectively represents 16% of these service requests. And those are typically made up of project base or purchases, which we're waiting on. In 2026, some of the initiatives we are looking forward to is the creation of an artificial intelligence and machine learning governance policy. And we're working with the Eastern Ontario Information Technology Collaborative on that creation. Looking to introduce digital signatures within the organization and migration of the Frontenac Paramedic and Human Resources department files into the modernized document management tool hosted again within SharePoint. This is recognizing year 2 of that 5-year process. Couple of advisements to talk about. Bill 194, the Strengthening Cybersecurity and Building Trust in the Public Sector Act 2024, that's a whole mouthful, focuses on enhancing cybersecurity and privacy within Ontario's public sector. It introduces new obligations for public institutions regarding cybersecurity, the use of AI systems, and the handling of digital information specifically related to individuals under the age of 18. The bill also amends the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and creates a new Enhancing Digital Security and Trust Act. Artificial intelligence and machine learning policies are needed to ensure, making sure I'm on the right screen, sorry, making sure to ensure responsible, ethical, and safe use of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. These will help manage risk, protect data, maintain transparency, and ensure compliance with federal and provincial regulations. Without clear guidelines, AI potential benefits could be overshadowed by unintended consequences like bias, privacy breaches, and of course, legal liabilities. Oh, yes. The widespread shift of remote and hybrid work has fundamentally changed the way we treat the security landscape as an organization. Traditionally, security perimeters have dissolved, with employees accessing sensitive corporate resources from various locations and devices. This distributed workforce model introduces a host of new security challenges to us, from securing home networks and personal devices to maintaining compliance and data protection regulations when information is accessed remotely. We continue to invest in secure remote access solutions such as robust VPNs and multi-factor authentication technologies. And it's lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, very thorough. Are there questions or comments, concerns? Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith, I shouldn't have asked twice.
I just have a comment that the IT department is fantastic. Anytime I've had an issue, Brendan is right there and very helpful. So kudos to everybody that does this work, because at home I have a JIT, and that's my geriatric IT lady, and I have Brennan at work, so I'm well covered.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Councillor Greenwood Spears.
I was just wondering if there's any revenue recovery that we get for the 178 pieces that are taken out of service on an annual basis, correct?
Anything that's retired goes through the capital asset, what's the retirement plan? Well, for our assets. Asset disposals. Yeah. Typically, we follow the asset disposal policies for that. So I think we offer it to the townships first. There's never recovery. It's just offered out. And then it's offered out to nonprofits, I believe, after that. But Phil can provide more details.
No, you're right. Yeah, it goes through the townships, then it goes to the nonprofits, and then we've also done, we've donated to Fairmount for some fundraising there, and we've also done staff, what do you call that? Staff auction. Yeah, so thank you.
But to answer your question directly, there's no recovery of dollars on those. Okay.
Councillor Vanderwall.
I just want to kind of reiterate what Fran's saying, and some of those things that you want to implement, I don't know if I still know where, what is it, something garden for my money? Don't ask me with the password or how I check it. But on that note, if you came to South Frontenac when we were doing the renovation and you look in that control room at this thing of cables for IT, I'm glad they don't ask me to touch anything. But they are great to work with, and they had everything done, and it's quite impressive that you can actually say 80% of your requests are turned around in 24 hours. Oh, sorry, 85, I'm corrected. Sorry, I forgot the 5. But it's quite impressive that you can make that. So thank you.
And to deal with 2 offices being moved in the same year.
Seeing no other questions, comments, thank you for your presentation. I have a note here from the CAO. Are we on time for lunch?
So we are exactly on time for lunch. Lunch is here. We can take a break. We have GIS presenting after lunch. I leave it up to council, but if council chooses to go longer today, we do have a couple shorter presentations which would make tomorrow shorter, but I'll leave that to council for consideration.
So consider that over lunch and we can discuss that when we come back. So the time right now is, don't have my watch. So we'll see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It's 12:30. We're going to continue with our agenda. Our CEO has a recommendation that I'd like some input on. If we add finance and legislative presentations to this afternoon's agenda, which should go fairly quickly, that'll get us out of tomorrow a little earlier, and we can probably be done before lunch. So if everybody's interested in that, I understand Councillor Vanderwall has a 2 o'clock commitment, so we'll try to honor that. Perfect. All right. Do you want to make a motion to that effect? Well, Chris is getting last bit of instruction. So the next item on the agenda is GIS, and Christy Vanderholst is going to make her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our live stream is just still initiating potentially. That's where I got my tip from. We're good? Okay. Let's roll then. All right, good afternoon, Warden and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026 to 2030 business plan for geographic information systems. Hope your tummies are full and ready to listen to a rather fun department. Here we go. So to quickly just reintroduce ourselves, the GIS department is a team of 3, with myself as the supervisor of GIS and our 2 specialists, Anand and Robin. And we also hire a summer student each year as well, which is always a great help. We provide a wide range of services, mainly centralized GIS, the Frontenac Maps web portal. We do data set creation and maintenance, as well as creating static and online mapping solutions. We do spatial analysis upon request. We also have an open data initiative and our drone program. Oh, there we go. So we provide our services internally to County Council, as well as Frontenac paramedics, and all departments at the county and 4 member townships. The bulk of our work for staff does come from planning, economic development, public works and building departments. And then externally, we also serve out our interactive mapping site to the public. We take custom mapping requests occasionally, and we respond to data requests through data sharing agreements or through our self-serve open data portal. So next, I'll quickly go over a handful of our achievements from the past year, starting off with the successful relaunch of the Frontenac Maps interactive mapping site. So last November, we began onboarding staff onto the redesigned Frontenac Maps. And to ease that transition, we gave them access to both the old and the new until March of this year, when the original was officially retired. So extensive training and responsive support were provided to staff to ensure a smooth transition. And we received great feedback on the design and performance of the new system, and we hope to continue to evolve that in the coming years. As part of the continuous improvement of Frontenac Maps, we were excited to add in a new base map representing the 2024 aerial imagery from the province's DRAPE program, DRAPE being Digital Raster Acquisition Program for the Eastern Ontario portion. We've been a funding partner for this program since 2008, and we've received new imagery every 4 to 5 years. It was announced late last year that provincial imagery acquisitions would now fall under their open data program. So that means that partner funding is no longer required. The project is fully funded by the province going forwards. And that'll be significant cost savings for us. It already has been, while still benefiting from that refreshed aerial imagery on the same program schedule. So through close partnership with the economic development team, who you've already heard from, we've made great progress in developing an interactive maintenance reporting solution for the KNP Trail that hopefully both Richard and the partners will be able to use, and we'll continue to test and develop that through next year. We've also continued our work with multiple townships, updating outdated general reference maps and apps as required. So just a couple of examples on the screen there. We worked with North Frontenac Public Works staff to update their roads map book, and also with Planning and Central Frontenac Public Works to update their road maintenance mapping. As for our drone program, this year we were able to support the Frontenac Municipal Services Corporation by capturing scenic pictures and videos with our drone of various locations across the county to be used in their website design and marketing materials. And finally, I'll highlight that last GIS Day, so last November, we were invited to attend an event at Queen's University. We had great conversations with students about career paths in GIS, answering questions about our summer student position and the work that we do here at the county. And earlier this year, we also received the Bspatial Ontario Award for Best Small Organization GIS, which acknowledges the achievements of small GIS teams, small being up to 3 staff. And the County of Frontenac accepted a similar Bspatial Award just over a decade ago when Kevin Farrell was at the helm. So I take that as a sign that the GIS team consistently values out-of-the-box thinking and continuous improvement. I'll now move on to the key GIS initiatives that will be in our focus for the next 5 years. First and foremost is, of course, preparation for the transition to next generation 911. You've heard me talk about this before, but this is a modernization of the 911 network that's happening across North America, and it will eventually rely heavily on local GIS data for routing emergency calls. Preparation for this transition is ongoing and multifaceted. Mainly, we're focusing on civic address validation, aligning our addressing and road naming processes across the county through a unified policy, tackling water access only civic addressing and official island naming, and running various quality control checks on our data, as well as making sure it's transformed properly when it comes time to start submitting to the top level data aggregator. This year, with the help of our lovely summer student, you can see in the photo there, we field verified addresses on several central Frontenac lakes to assist the township in their efforts to reassign their water access only properties using an NG911 friendly numbering system. And we're also continually submitting official island name applications to the OGNB, that's the Ontario Geographic Naming Board. All the islands in Charbot Lake have been submitted and many of them have been approved. And this is all as part of our effort to improve the quality and accuracy of the data sets that will eventually be feeding into the NG911 system. We'll continue working closely with the civic addressing authorities at all 4 member townships to ensure that as many of the discrepancies and weird anomalies in the addressing systems are resolved before the switch to NG911. The next key initiative I'll highlight are the enhancements to our online mapping services. So the successful relaunch of the Frontenac Maps interactive mapping site, which I mentioned earlier, was the culmination of many years of infrastructure upgrades behind the scenes. As part of the relaunch, we also made great strides in formalizing our training for internal users at that time. And as we look into the future, our focus will be on increasing user proficiency and awareness, as well as improving content management, so users can more easily find and use the services that we're providing to them. And we'll also obviously continue to be responsive to the feedback that we're receiving from staff about the new Frontenac Maps site and keep evolving it to better suit their workflows as much as possible. Our open data portal on frontnacmaps.ca allows for free open access to our non-sensitive data sets, and it supports the county's transparency and accountability commitments, as well as freeing up GIS staff time responding to repetitive data requests. So we'll continue to be filling out this portal with new data sets as they become available. And we did receive word this past year that the building footprint data set in our open data portal has been incorporated into the Stats Canada open database of buildings. So that's just a great example of the type of project that we share that open data out for, and we're pleased to hear that from them. Our support for the planning teams remains a key JS initiative as always. Aside from our day-to-day mapping support for development planning applications and ongoing zoning bylaw amendments, there are several long-term projects slated for the next 5 years that will require our services, many of which you heard about from Sonia earlier today. This includes mapping for the community planning permit system and data support for the natural heritage study, as well as various official plan and zoning bylaw updates for the townships in the county. So we continue to benefit from the highly detailed elevation information called LiDAR data that was collected across the entire region through a partnership with the county, the 4 townships, and the conservation authorities. With the data packages we provided to consultants for township public works projects and the high accuracy elevation contours in Frontenac maps, which help staff make informed decisions remotely from their desks. We calculated at least $30,000 of cost savings in the first year of having access to this data. And that's a combination of savings in contracted engineering services as well as staff time and site visit kilometers avoided. The county and the townships did invest just over $40,000 to acquire this LiDAR data, so our cost savings will exceed that in the second year of having access to it, and the return on investment will continue to grow in the coming years. As for our drone program, we'll continue to maintain our certifications and ensure new staff are trained up so we're ready to tackle exciting new missions as opportunities arise. And as you heard earlier, our drone is now about 8 years old. It's served us very well over the years, and we'll be replacing it in 2026 with a modern model. So I'll finish up here with risk analysis and mitigation. Our main concern remains to be our NG 911 preparations, specifically water access only civic addressing. Just that we have limited template examples to follow for this complex project. And also we have run into some delays with the official island name applications that we're submitting to the Ontario Geographic Naming Board. While some applications are seeming to move faster than others, the entire process can take upwards of 12 months or more for final board approval of an island name. So to mitigate these concerns, we've developed a procedure for ourselves that's well planned and documented. We're working closely with township staff to make progress on that plan. Another key element has been liaising with neighboring municipalities who are undertaking the same work. And we have also incorporated the process for proceeding with civic address assignments while the related OGNB island name application is still pending into our unified road naming and civic addressing policy. So with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you, Christy. Very much appreciate the information. So we'll go around the table. Councillor Greenwood-Spears.
Thank you very much. And that one of the things that struck me when I was going through your information when you're speaking was all these shorelines, because we're talking about, you know, in the future having shoreline planning documents, et cetera, and that. And on the islands that are in the river and the lake, that they experienced 2 significant high water events within the past 5 years, basically 7 years maybe now. And it actually reshaped many parts of the shoreline. So I'm wondering with your project and that, and when I was looking at the LiDAR, it had a picture of a plane going over top. It wasn't a drone. I was thinking it was hooked onto our drone program, but is there any way that the new mapping of the shorelines, particularly for the Frontenac Islands, where there's a dozen islands that are under our purview, and it'd be helpful because I've already dealt with residents' children as they're trying to settle up estates saying, when did the township move the road and that? We used to have more land. I said, no, Mother Nature moved the land down the river, and they just don't realize it, but it would be very helpful, I think, to have that mapping as well as the elevation piece. When we're talking about a 30-meter setback, it may need to actually be more in some cases, and that sort of level of information would be helpful. How could we get something like that?
Certainly, yeah. So we would get information about the changing shoreline across the years, both from the imagery that we receive as well as the LiDAR that we already have. So the imagery would be refreshed on that 4-year schedule, so we could be checking the difference at that time. And I imagine in the future, we will be looking to get a refreshed package of LiDAR data. But we will be relying on what we have now for the time being, because many areas there isn't much change, but you're right, the shoreline would be one of those areas where there is a lot of change that we would need refresh data for. So we could look into getting more LiDAR data in the future.
Councillor Vanderwall.
One question that I have is, do you go by the official name out of a record somewhere for an island? Or historic, everybody's called it Bob's Island, but really it's called Victoria of something Island. How do you distinguish what you use, or is it only the official?
Well, one of the big questions we're struggling with is, what even does an official island name mean? This board is in place to determine that, and as part of the application process, we do send letters out to all the residents and take a survey response from the local community to say, what has everyone been calling this island? That's taken into consideration, and it's the people who own the property on the island that really have a final say.
And just one other comment, at the very start, you said GIS is cost recovery from our clients, and I know other departments here also work for our clients, and this is the only time that I've seen anybody put it in their presentation. So I appreciate that. Hopefully the other departments that are doing work for other clients, it's cost recovery too, but that nobody's ever showed it other than this first time I saw it.
Christie, I might ask Mr. Farrell to comment on that.
So if you're speaking to GIS, a lot of the cost recovery comes through mapping that we do, custom mapping. It's not a huge number, but it's a portion that we receive back, if that's what you're referring to. And I don't know what was specifically on the slide.
What specifically on the slide was referring to the custom mapping that we take on from external. It could be a cottage association or someone from the public. And we just make sure that's all laid out in the costs bylaw, what we should be charging to have cost recovery to make those sorts of products for people.
So to clarify, I don't think it's an overall cost recovery for the whole department. I think the specific piece Christie was mentioning was around custom mapping that we do for the public. If they come and ask for printing or specific mapping or analysis, we have GIS fees and by law that we recoup that cost.
So on that note then, if South Frontenac's asking for, there's not a separate charge like there is if you're using planning services or treasury services or those things outside of the county organization, it's cost recovery.
So built right into our GIS fees by law, there's a line in there that exempts townships. So we provide support to the townships for mapping needs. We have county staff embedded, similar to our IT folks, directly in township offices to support the townships with any GIS or mapping needs.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler?
Yes, thanks for your presentation. Regarding the 911, if somebody dials in 911, are you going to be able to locate that particular area, the address where that person is very easily?
Yes, so there will be a lot of improvements in location accuracy and the location information that's being sent to the dispatch centers with NG 911. Right now, the focus is on updating the actual technology in the call centers to make sure that that will be possible. It'll be early 2027 that the GIS data is actually integrated into that system. But yes, they're going to be able to get your coordinates, and it'll be a lot more accurate in terms of how they're finding people.
Okay, I don't know if you ever heard of What 3 Words?
Yes.
Yes, and I was wondering, are you going to be using that technology as well for the 911? Because they can locate somebody within 3 meters of where they are, according to that.
Yeah, so that's certainly something that I personally use, and I'm an advocate for. It's not really something that is in our plans. We're really acting as a support for the townships to make sure the civic addressing system is going to be compatible with the new system. But I know I've had discussions with the paramedics and the fire departments about that in the past. Some of them are already using it. And it could potentially be something that is incorporated into a public information campaign in the future. If there's interest in that from the first responders, but really it would be up to them.
Counselor Smith?
Recently, we've had two situations where the ambulance has gone down a road that is really not a maintained road, but not signed as such, and lost a lot of time getting to the person. Will your maps show those kinds of roads as not being one that we want to use for emergencies? Google sends you the closest road, but it may not be the best road.
Yeah, so we maintain the authoritative roads data set for the county. And that is what we're feeding into the emergency services systems. When people are using Google Maps in their actual truck to get to an emergency, that's a different scenario. We don't have as much control over Google Maps, but we have recently become a content partner with Google Maps. So we'll be submitting our road network directly to them. And hopefully that'll solve a lot of those accuracy issues.
Counselor Vanderwall?
I don't know if it's going to be the same or it's going to be as helpful. There is a provider now, and it doesn't matter what carrier you're with, has put up a satellite that you can text anywhere in the world for $10 a month. And you will have service guaranteed. So that's kind of like what 3 words or whatever it is, but they're providing that service. Doesn't matter what carrier you're with.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments for Christie's work? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry, based on our decision to move forward with tomorrow's agenda, the next item on the agenda will be finance.
Bring your pencil with you.
Doesn't have any rate.
All right, I'm back for round 2. Good afternoon, Council. I'd like to thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present an overview of the Financial Services Business Plan. Today, I will provide a brief update for financial services, highlighting one of the accomplishments for the department beyond the day-to-day duties, and briefly update you on a major initiative for our department over the next couple of years. I'll finish by outlining several potential risks facing finance as we look ahead. On this slide here, I provided a recap of some of the services that the Finance Department provides to the county. Went through that quick, but in June of this year, the county was notified that it had been selected for a Canada Community Building Fund compliance audit. The audit looks through our financial records to verify that we're recording the transactions and any related interest accurately by examining invoices and bank statements. It also checks that we're using the funds as directed and that no ineligible costs were applied to the funding. It also verifies that purchases made with the CCBF funds are aligned to the county's procurement policy and that we're following the retentions records policy. No concerns were identified through the audit, and I want to give a big thank you to our senior finance analyst, Kathy Shaw, all for her involvement throughout the process. The major initiative that we're focused on in finance over the next couple of years pertains to the replacement of our accounting software. Microsoft Dynamics GP has announced that all product enhancements, all regulatory updates, and technical support will cease on December 31st, 2029. The county uses this software to record its financial transactions and for reporting purposes. The county will be evaluating alternative software packages to identify which will best fit its needs in the future. We have been advised that municipal migrations to a new software package could take anywhere between 9 to 18 months, and there are over 250 municipalities that are impacted by this announcement. So work on this initiative will begin to ramp up in 2026, and we want to be fully migrated to the new accounting software by the end of 2028. So next, I'm going to be reviewing some of the potential risks facing the Financial Services Department. The first item I'd like to talk about is a carryover from last year, which is rising insurance costs. This continues to be a major concern for municipalities in Ontario as we see ongoing increases well above the consumer price index. This is due to a variety of factors, such as reduced competition among carriers for new business, increased claims frequency and severity due to climate change, and a hard insurance market. So a hard insurance market occurs when insurers become more selective about which risks they cover and higher premium costs. Unfortunately, there's no indication that these increases are coming to an end anytime soon. Greater insurance costs are creating significant budget challenges, requiring municipalities to find savings or reallocate existing funds. There is little that the county can do at this time to mitigate this issue. While municipal governments and their advocacy groups such as AMO appeal to the provincial government for action to address rising costs, we will continue to rely on property tax dollars to pay the rising insurance premiums. These dollars would otherwise be used to improve or expand needed services to residents and businesses. Benefit costs, they continue to be a concern for the county. Since 2022, we have absorbed increases in each renewal period that exceed the CPI rate. This is due to inflationary pressures and actual usage exceeding the actuarial estimates. We've received confirmation that the benefits with Industrial Alliance will be increasing to 3.9% effective November 1st. It's lower than previous years, but it's still higher than CPI. The largest driver for this increase is due to 13.9% healthcare premiums. Otherwise, long-term disability is up 1% and life insurance will be increasing 2%. We actually did get good news and our dental premiums have decreased by 3.8%. So the county has limited ability to mitigate these increases. However, when the most recent RFP was awarded, we did negotiate a 2-year exemption for benefit increases to our life insurance and our LTD rates. So we actively monitor the renewal rates and we work with our benefit consultants to determine when to pursue an RFP in the market. There is a risk that if you source quotes too often, that benefit providers are either choosing not to quote on your business or they will quote higher pricing because they anticipate our higher turnover. So we will continue to work with our benefit plan consultants and leverage their expertise to determine when we're going to be in a situation to go back to market. And that's all I have for today. Any questions?
Any questions or comments for Deputy Treasurer? Councillor Vanderwall.
Just a comment. I think our insurance is 11 to 12% with no claim. And they just said that's what it's this year. No negotiation. We're just telling you it's up 11 to 12%. So it's kind of crazy, but.
Other comments, questions? Councillor Greenwood-Spears.
Is there any group or pooled municipalities that are doing their own resources and that self-insurance and that? Because I know up in Waterloo region, I believe they had that established and that, and there's within the hospital sector, I know we did it in relation to drugs and in relation to benefits, and it was very handy, much like we do the WSIB at this point. But are there other municipalities that might be doing that, and should we be looking at that? And where are the consultants from? Just not to be the devil's advocate, but maybe they have some sort of vested interest as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for the idea about the insurance. We will definitely take that. I'm not sure if we've done that, so that is something to look into, because if there's any savings to be had, we're definitely interested. Oh, do you want to speak to the Mosey or? Okay, yeah, I think they're talking about the insurance overall though, as opposed to just the benefits. Okay.
Sorry, Phil, do you have the information you needed there?
I think there was just a little bit of, I think Barb is going to chip in with something about our benefits, our payroll benefits as opposed to the insurance. Yeah, so no, I think we're okay.
Thank you. Warden Lidke.
Thank you. Just as an extension to what Councillor Greenwood-Spears was talking about, a couple years ago at the Roma conference, there was a heavy emphasis on insurance, and the prices were increasing, I think even more so, than they are now. And there was a lot of talk about municipalities getting together and becoming self-insured as a group. I believe that's what you were referring to. And I haven't seen anything, at my level I just wondered if you had, or maybe you want to check it out, but it was a Roma conference issue.
Okay, definitely will check that out. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Other comments, questions? If none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Proceeding with agendas we're on for tomorrow, we are going to ask the,
Do you want me to go now? I'll probably be a couple of hours.
You know what, though,
I have to tell you that Madam Clerk gave me a little bit of a speech before, after we broke for lunch about being professional and setting the right tone. And then she launches into that. Madam Clerk, welcome.
And as you noted, this is committee of the whole, so we can drop the professionalism. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Last year, I gave you a little bit of an overview of the history of the clerk, noting that we did have some hexing powers, and I still have my job this year, so obviously that worked. But I thought I'd just give you a little bit of history, just to start out with about municipal council and to show you guys how far you have come since it all started. So it all started back in 1841 with the District Councils Act, and that was 185 years ago. Then in 1849, we saw the Baldwin Act, and that's actually what created municipalities. It created upper and lower tiers, and you had all of your things there. In 1868, after Confederation, there were exactly 539 counties, towns, cities, and villages. And after the 1998 amalgamation, we're down to 444. So the biggest change we obviously saw was in the Municipal Act in 2001, where you were given actual people powers. Previous to that, you could only do what the act told you could do, but now you can basically do anything unless the municipal act says differently. And then just one other thing I wanted to mention, because we are heading into an election year. It was April 11th, 1917, when women were first given the right to vote. It was 1919 when women were given the right to run for public office. And in 2020, we saw the first two run for public office. They came from, there was Justenia Sears, who ran in Ottawa, and Henrietta Bundy, who ran in Toronto. In 1920, Constance Hamilton became the first woman ever elected to Toronto City Council. In 1936, Barbara Hanley became the first woman mayor in Canada. In 1976, Dorothy Gaylord was the first female warden for the County of Frontenac. We've had 4 since then, including Councillor Smith. So I just wanted to point that out to Council. As you can see, that at the turn of the century, when women were given the right to vote and hold public office, how the world has changed. We saw the Industrial Revolution hit. We have come so far in the last 100 years, further than we've ever done since the beginning of society. So I can only accommodate that to women being allowed to vote and enter politics. So as you know, there's 3 people in our department. We have myself, Maria De Falone, who is our administrative clerk at the front desk. She looks after your meetings, ensuring that you're all fed and have coffee and everything before your meetings. And then we have Matt Mills, who is our communications officer. So just some accomplishments for 2025 that we have had from the clerk's function. First is that we've covered that midterm governance review. We're still in that process, but to date, we have a new sales and disposition of land policy. We have a new accountability and transparency policy. We have a new delegation of authority policy, and the procedural bylaw is almost ready to come to council. The committee will be looking at that again in December, and we should see that come forward then. The clerk's office, as David mentioned, and the CAO's office have gone through moving us up to SharePoint Online. Just to clarify a little bit about what Mr. Millard did say, Council did provide in the budget last year a $150,000 cost over 5 years. I'm happy to say that that came in well under budget, and we'll actually be doing it over 4 years at a less budget of $120,000. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention was that we've moved to that new meeting management software system. So we're in the process of getting that hooked up now. Come November and December, you'll be getting your agendas both on iCompass and the new software so that you can see how both work and that you're all prepared for council meetings as well. So just some accomplishments through emergency management. We have met our legislative responsibilities for this year, and we continue to monitor the progress of Bill 238. So that bill was introduced into the legislature. It received a second reading on December 9th and went out for public consultation. The public consultation ended in January, but to date, there's been no further movement on the bill. Some accomplishments in terms of communication. Matt continues with the measurable digital engagement and moving us up 10% each year. The communications performance metric lean project that was carried out, that's looking at data sets and the data that we collect and being able to use that data to ensure that we're making the best decisions in terms of communications. He also supports a number of projects at the county. As you can see there, the Municipal Service Corporation was a big one for him this year, as well as the Fairmount Home and Paramedic recruitment campaigns, and then the community planning permit system, which he assisted the townships with. And then lastly there, Matt does represent the county on a number of external committees. The big ones there are the Queen's one in terms of homecoming, the FLAOHT communications engagement that's been done, and then the Kingston Communications Center. So looking at some key focuses for 2026, again, it will be moving more staff up to that electronic records management system or SharePoint online. The next ones to go up in in January are our HR department and our Frontenac paramedics. We also have an election coming up in 2026, so we will be working as well with the townships to ensure that we have everything ready to go in terms of providing them with information of what actually happens at the county and what you can expect if you're running for the mayor in your municipality, because you will automatically come to county council, as well as some of the services and expectations of what happens at the county. The county also takes the lead on the joint council orientation as well. So we will be developing that simply because I have a little bit more time because we don't actually deal with elections here at the county. And then in terms of communication, we are doing a website redevelopment, which is taking up a chunk of Matt's time. So again, just some of our key service levels that we do in terms of council meetings. We review reports, we carry out attendance management at each meetings, sorry, not attendance management, meeting management for the meetings. Information and privacy, so that covers MFIPA and PHIPA. Those do take quite a bit of time, some of the files, and we continue to receive requests, mediation and arbitration on specific files related to the Howe Island Ferry. And then again, for corporate communications, Matt continues to look at the increased measurable digital engagement, as well as the Engage Frontenac site for the county and support to the townships. So that just shows you a little bit of public participation in terms of our key service measures. So the orange line again shows the communications that you receive each week in your distribution packages. Again, these are quite key because it does show council that you're not the only ones facing some of these issues that we see before us. We see a number of resolutions from all municipalities across Ontario asking the province for support. And we've recently heard through our AMCTO networking system that it's important as well to support these when we can, because the support that we provide through a resolution gives AMCTO as well as AMO a little bit more clout when they're actually going to the ministry or to the province for to lobby on our behalf. And then of course the blue one there is just delegations, and that really seems to be level year over year. The only other one I wanted to touch on key here is live streaming. So you are being watched on television. You can see there that these numbers are only until September of this year. So we continue to see a rise in those who are watching our council meetings as well as our other meetings. I was quite pleased to see that 40 people regularly watch our governance review committee meeting because, you know, governance rocks. And just in terms of council meetings alone, one thing I did want to point out to council that the September council meeting where the public comes to provide input into the budget saw 268 people view that meeting. And in terms of last year, although last year's aren't included in this, your committee of the whole budget meetings saw 130 people tuning in. So I'm going to suspect that the same thing is happening today. So just wave to the public because they are watching. So in terms of digital measurement, this is kind of a flip-flop chart. And again, the peaks really are when there's events that are happening in the community. So it slows down a bit. And then when an event's happening, people interact more. So these are some of our top pages that we saw in terms of communication posts this year. So there was the easily far away the most engaged with material in 2025 was the Frontenac paramedic storks and saves. These began weekly from May and are ongoing. Material related to careers. So the top one there is our career post more for Fairmount Home. Again, site pages related to the Wolf Island Ferry were top posts. And then the last one there was a user submitted photo of a paramedic patient transferred from the Goodyear blimp and with the Goodyear blimp in the background. And so again, this just shows measurement year over year in terms of our new public engagement portal, which is Engage Frontenac. Not quite as high this year as it was last year, but again, the 2024 shows the full year. Right now, we're just looking at up until September 30th for that one. So just to talk a little bit about risks and analysis, the only thing that we really have in terms of legislative services are those advisements. So there are current bills that could affect the county in the legislature. The first one is Bill 238, which is that Modernizing Municipal Emergency Management Act. Again, it seems to be stagnant right now and not moving. But the other one is Bill 9, which is the Municipal Accountability Act. That is the one that is potentially going to give a little bit of additional oversight to the Provincial Integrity Commissioner. We're going to see changes to your code of conduct. And we're not sure what it's going to look like in terms of municipalities. And are we going to have somebody else to our code of conduct? Are we going to have to go through the Provincial Integrity Commissioner to have that approved? We could see some costs in that. And then the only other one I wanted to talk about that Mr. Millard already mentioned today was Bill 194, which is the Strengthening Cybersecurity Act. That bill also amended FIPA, which is the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, which controls the province. There was a number of amendments made to that act, and we suspect that the same ones will come when they do the FIPA review. So one of the mitigation strategies we have right now is that the Governance Review Committee is looking at those policies that those under FIPA have to have, and we're implementing our own just to get ahead of the game. And then our initiatives for 2026 to 2030 is just the continuation really of moving the county up to SharePoint and make sure that all departments are up there and that the system is working seamlessly. And that is it for me, if there's any questions.
So does council have any questions for Madam Clerk? I'll start over here. Oh, I'm sorry. For once, sorry about that. Councilor Greenwood-Spears.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. There's only one word that kept coming up near the start that I had challenge with. You kept saying when we were given the right to vote and given this, given that. I want to give due to our ancestors. Everything was earned and fought for right up to the Privy Council for the persons. When you're named as a senator and you can't take a seat because you weren't a person, that's so women weren't given too much, but we've got it and we won't give it up.
Duly noted. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes,
Sorry,
me.
Ron, it's late in the afternoon.
I just want to,
I was just gonna call you Ron, my
being
apologies.
she said we don't have to be formal, I want to thank Jeanette. No, that you didn't, that you didn't say it was Francis Smith in 1920. However, I want to say that she was a trailblazer because back when the county was not this, it included the city of Kingston, there was probably 30 to 35 members of county council, and Fran was the only woman. So she did,
There was two, Isabel.
oh, okay, but hardly anybody there, and now you can see almost half council here is women. So no one's ever in my lifetime discouraged women from running. It's just that we don't get a lot of participation, it seems like. So, but anyway, we have a trailblazer still here. Why?
I do
Why
feel
not?
I need to
I think
comment.
it's quite an accomplishment, and I've had it said to me, well, you don't encourage women from running. I said, we've never discouraged anyone. Anyone.
So I just like to point out that the jovial comments that are being made are intended to be respectful. If they're not, we do recognize the progress that women have made, and particularly those who have been in the trailblazing positions. And to build on Councillor Vanderwaal's comment, we need to do whatever we can to encourage more females into this arena. I'm not sure how that quite works, but we need to do that. So for part of perhaps the senior folks here, we need to start looking for and encouraging younger people, in particular females, to join this sort of aspect of politics. Councillor Grievous-Spears.
On that note, last weekend I was at Toronto's AMO-sponsored Healthy Democracy Conference at my own expense. And with that, there is a website that has a lot of tools, and it is about building healthy democracies and understanding the microaggressions that have deterred many women from either being a candidate or becoming a one-time person and that. So there's lots that needs to be identified. There's a website that has lots of tools involved, and it was very interesting, the Healthy Democracy Conference. It was the second one in a row, and I hope they keep going with them every year. And it was very inspiring, and it was very enlightening to some of the men that were there.
Thank you for those comments. Any other questions or, oh, sorry, Councillor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to thank you, Madam Clerk, for all the hard work you do. We see it and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you
Smith.
so much.
I just want to say that Jeanette is one of those clerks that if somebody is doing a job and they're not sure just how things should go, I always do say to them, and I'm sincere about this, I will say to them, give Jeanette a call and talk to her about it. You do your job very well and you keep us in check when we need to be. One of the things I want to say about being a woman in this business is you got to forget that you're a woman. You're just a person sitting at a table, giving your ideas the same as anybody across the table. And I think that's the best way for anybody going into this, regardless of your sex, is you are the person that is coming here to look after your residents, and you just be yourself.
I could just add to that. I'll just say, you know, as municipal council, you can look at yourself as a bird, and a bird has two wings. One of those wings is your male councillors and one of them are your female councillors. And if those two wings aren't equal, that bird's not going to fly.
No. Thank you. And I would suggest you ignore the last comment made by, because that's a very valid point. So I do appreciate you bringing it forward. Any other comments, questions for Madam Clerk? Okay, given that, the next item on the agenda, if Barbara, if you're ready, are you prepared? Our Director of Human Resources will present her HR
Good afternoon, Warden, Deputy Warden, and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the Human Resources business plan. First, I want to thank you for Jeanette's 360 review. That was well documented, and we'll put it in her file. So I'm going to start out by just giving you an internal scan of things that are happening right in the workplace. First of all, we have our ongoing labor relations activity. As you're aware, throughout this year, we've had negotiations with all 3 unions. And due to various factors, which we'll look at in the external scan as well, we're getting higher asks in wages and benefits and that kind of thing. And as well, we still have the no concession bargaining, where the asks are higher but not prepared to give anything up in exchange. We have our continued expansion of the paramedic services, which you heard from the Frontenac Paramedic Group this morning, and also the continued work towards the 4 hours of care, both requiring additional recruitment efforts. We have a focus on wellness and mental well-being, and we will continue to develop our internal talent to support the county strategy and services. And as you're aware, we do updates to our succession planning every 6 months. We continue also to implement Councillor Van de Waal's favorite Star Garden HRIS, Human Resources Information System, and to support our critical business processes. This fall, we are also implementing an occupational health documentation system called Park Lane. So all of the employee occupational health records will be stored in that system, which is more secure and meets the legislative requirements. When we look at our external scan, as you know, the economic environment has an impact on our negotiations. As I said, the higher asks. We have political pressures with our trade, the policy changes in immigration and foreign students, which intensifies the labor market shortage, and changes to our Employment Standards Act. We've already seen a couple of these changes this year. We have another change coming up January 1st, and also the Ontario Labor Relations Act. We have a continued high level of recruitment. We had a little dip last year, but it looks like we're on target this year, which you'll see in our statistics. And we're still facing, as you heard from Chief Gowdy this morning, we're still facing a very competitive market for talent, and we do have skill shortages. And there is still the attractiveness for some people to work for agencies because they can pick their own hours. There's a focus on diversity and also equity and inclusion, which we're trying to as well build into our workplace culture. And no names, but we do have an aging workforce as well, internally and externally. So these factors, these external factors, are shaping the landscape for our negotiations, and they're influencing our strategies, our demands, and outcomes across various sectors. Some of the achievements for 24, and as of August, the end of August 2025, we had 81.8% of all postings that were filled in 2024. And as of the end of August, this number is skewed because it's not the complete year, but we've filled 166 of 295 postings as of the end of August. Our turnover rates, I mentioned this morning, we have seen a decrease. In 2023, our turnover rate overall was 20%. Fairmount for 2024 was 19.2, and that was down from 29% in 2023. Frontenac Paramedics down to 6.2 from 10% in 2023. Marine Services down to 20.8% from 25% in 2023. And corporate services and non-union remained relatively the same. We are trending, as of the end of August, 295 competitions, but trending to be above 2024. For leadership development, we've had several leaders across the organization attend various programs. We'll note that conflict resolution there, we had 18 attend earlier this year, and last week we had an additional 24. And that wasn't just leaders, but also some frontline staff who are leaders as well. And we continue with our succession planning efforts. As I mentioned, every 6 months, we go through those. And in 23 and 24, we've had 12 internal promotions that had been identified as potential successors that were actually successful in achieving a higher level position. And all of our new hires go through civility in the workplace training and equity, diversity, and inclusion. So as of the end of August, we've had 61 external hires. Under labor relations, in 2024, there were 32 grievances total. And you can see, based on the employee group, how many of those were either resolved, withdrawn, or abandoned. And then as of end of August, we'd had 17 grievances, and 3 of those had been referred to arbitration. And Human Resources has either led or participated in 16 investigations as of the end of August. Our occupational health statistics and abilities management. So you can see in 2024, there were a great number of visits, 132 occupational health visits. And that's an important thing because it's a good, starting point for someone that might be having some difficulties to be able to speak with the occupational health nurse. And there were 111 incidents, workplace incidents. And lost time claims in 2024, there were 14. As you can see, in 2025, we're trending quite a bit higher. And that is due to increased WSIB claims, and those being, mental stress and also injuries. In our abilities management, these numbers are relatively the same. So total sick hours in 2024, 38,434. And the percentage of total sick hours for chronic and temporary disability, it was 21.2. And it is trending pretty much the same for 2025. With our Star Garden Human Resources Information System, we're in the process of implementing succession management. We are waiting for an update before we can move further with that. And once that's finished, we will start into getting our performance and learning plans into the system as well. As I mentioned, we initiated the occupational health and health tracking software. And other key process improvements, we continue with virtual mediations, which saves travel time and costs for the mediator or arbitrator. And we continue with frontline interviews being virtual, and as well our onboarding for our new hires. And we continue to increase our electronic filing, and we use our Star Garden information system for a lot of that as well, such as grievance activity and spreadsheets and those types of things that we used to do all manually. Did I miss a slide? Yep. So, and the compensation during 2024, we had QP 2290 pay equity maintenance following the ratification of that collective agreement. We also did the council and non-union remuneration studies, and that was implemented January 2025. And that also was an update to the non-union pay equity maintenance plan. And Human Resources also provides guidance in various departments, whether it's a small reorganization or development of a new position or reevaluation of jobs. Our focus has increased on wellness because we do believe that that's important to try and give our employees as many tools as possible. So we conducted a wellness service. There was an employee wellness volunteer committee that started up, and a strategy was developed, and they implemented initiatives. This past year, they had a in-person wellness fair at the auditorium at Fairmount, and just recently had the wellness barbecue, which was really well attended and hosted at our Battersea Road paramedic station. With recruitment and retention strategies, we'll next be expanding the Brandington Marine Services. We're participating in job fairs and continue to partner with educational institutions and also expand that. And we are also trying to focus on attracting the internationally trained applicants, whether that's assisting them with documentation they require, or also trying new avenues to attract. And then researching hiring assessments as well, geared toward competencies and resilience. With our recruitment and retention strategy, I've talked about the wellness strategy. That's also a retention initiative. And we also want to make sure we're prioritizing psychological safety, burnout prevention, and access to mental health resources, and ensure that we have inclusive hiring practices, including making sure that we're tackling unconscious bias and ensuring that we have equitable hiring practices. We'll also be advancing our Employee Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee that was initiated, a volunteer committee that started this year as well. And we meet on a regular basis to discuss areas where we might not have thought that perhaps there might be a barrier. So we work to break down some of those barriers. We also want to, in the recruitment and retention strategy, engage underrepresented groups, including Indigenous peoples, newcomers, and racialized communities. For leadership development for 26 through 30, we want to make sure that all new leaders continue to receive the identified education and make sure they have that opportunity. And we will continue with our succession planning and making sure we have knowledge transfer. We still have 2 unions that are in the process of negotiations, and so we hopefully will wrap up those in the near future, but they may carry into 2026. And there is legislation to elements of the employment law, as I mentioned earlier, that continue to change. So we'll have to make sure that we identify those and their impact on the county and make sure those changes are implemented. In 27 or 28, it will be time to do another council and non-union remuneration study. And Phil already talked about possibility of taking the benefits program to market in conjunction with our benefits consultant. And last year we participated in the complementary workplace disability management assessment, and we'll be continuing to review their recommendations and improving our resources, structure, and workflow. Our challenges and mitigations, so the risk, the health human resources crisis, I think everyone will identify that. I'm sure Susan will identify it tomorrow as well. And also the WSIB presumptive legislation, we're seeing increased claims in that area. And in particular this year, following their workforce disruption earlier this year. And under caution, we have absenteeism levels. We make sure that we are working closely with our LTD provider, our WSIB case managers. And of course, under caution is the negotiations with our 2 remaining unions that are still open. And once QP 2290 has a ratified collective agreement, it will be time to do their pay equity maintenance again, which results in some dollar implications. What are your questions?
Thank you, Barb. So questions, comments for Barb? Councillor Greenwood-Spears.
Thank you for a lovely presentation. I was just wondering, when you indicated that the DEI aspect in that, how have you communicated with the new influx that we've had in the Kingston area? We've had a lot of refugees, from Ukraine, et cetera, and that, as well as immigrants and that. How do you usually reach out to them? Because when I've been in contact with them, a lot of them have the skill sets that we're missing, but they needed the language. And I think at this point, many of them have the language now.
To be honest, we haven't got that far other than, contacting agencies like Keys, who is very strong in that area, and letting them know about our openings. We also obviously post with the colleges, universities, that kind of thing, but we haven't actually targeted at this point, but that's something that we need to work toward.
Other questions, comments? I had 2, if you don't mind. The wellness programs, are they available across the organization? And I'm thinking specifically for paramedics with some of the issues they deal with. Are those wellness programs available to everybody?
So yes, there are paramedics on the wellness committee as well. And so our occupational health nurse, she sends out regular communications, and sometimes our providers like Mosey and Mosey, or our EAP provider, employee assistance program provider, will send us resources which get sent across the organization. But the barbecue was quite well attended by our paramedic group. It's tough for the frontline staff to all get out. There were a lot of attendees from Fairmount as well. And that was really about just having a social time and thanking them for the work they do, and letting them have some downtime and enjoy a barbecue. But yes, everything's shared across the organization.
Thank you. And pick up on Councilor Greenwood Spears' comment. The library is finding, I'm on the library board. The library is finding more immigrants, if that's the right term, coming in who have very restricted English language, and they're seeking of the library as kind of a resource. So there might be an opportunity to engage the library at some point in time on recruitment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, any other questions or comments? Thank you, Barb. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
So if we can, then all that does now is it leaves for tomorrow, Fairmont Homes. Susan, you'll be ready? I should just try to stay on track. So we'll have Fairmont Homes. That will probably take us close to break. And we also have the 3 external requests for funding we'll have to cover. And if all goes well, and then deliberations. So if all goes well, we will probably be out of here before lunch tomorrow. Does that make sense? Well, thank you all. We look forward to seeing you in the morning.